based on the 1 week trend, yeah, it's up 355%. There are people I know in real life who have made a ton of money within this. So, Sebi, shoot me a text if you get anything else. I'm going to get Marco in here as well. Guys, if you appreciate Sebi and him just stopping by and him pulling all-nighters just to provide you guys with some info, follow him on YouTube. It's Ask Sebi. Ask Sebi. Mods, if you can drop his channel name in the chat and pin it, that'll be great. If I see it, I'll pin it.
Trading just opened today.
You guys can follow him directly through the chat. But
for Merothi. I'm gonna try to get a live view on this thing. I don't know how to set up YouTube on my phone. I mean on the computer, but I'm gonna do that so I can screen share. Cause screen share on a computer would be dope. I think they make it super impractical. It's not just easy like, oh, just why can't you just stream from webcam?
If you're still up, feel free to join me later. If you hear any crazy news, just give me a text and I'll get you back in here as well.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
Look at that crispiness, bro. Are you
Dang,
serious?
dude. Bro, is that some cast iron action or something? How you get that?
Get close to the mic. Hold on. You ready for this?
I got it. I'll be quiet. Yeah, go ahead. Oh my gosh. This is the mukbang channel. I have to change the title now. Oh my goodness. Chat, y'all like that crispiness? So, Marco.
What's going on, bro?
First, can you introduce us? Who you are, what your experience has been?
Yeah, absolutely. And I apologize for eating on stream. I'm just starving. I came back in from Scottsdale last night. I was chilling, as you mentioned. I was with Robert Kiyosaki, George Gammon, Mark Moss, if you guys know him. I was also with Ken McElroy. He's got a great YouTube channel. Guy owns about 6,500 multifamily units. He's absolutely crushing it. So it was nice to chill with those guys. But the reason I bring that up is because most of those guys are commercial real estate guys and also macroeconomic guys. I have a finance degree, graduated in December of 2018, or excuse me, 2010. And then actually that was after the great financial crisis, couldn't land a job in finance. So I ended up selling cars for a bit, and that's actually what blew up my channel. However, the premise of my channel, Whiteboard Finance, is just teaching people financial literacy, anything from personal finance to real estate investing, to entrepreneurship, and to basically equities investing, which is what we're talking about today. And then just lately, over the past couple of years, I've really taken a liking to cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin. So I do talk about that every once in a blue moon. But I've been a student in finance and economics and geopolitics for about 15 years.
Yeah, guys. So this is someone, most people will send me photos of like their Pokemon card collection if they want to show something off. Marco right here has a book collection that he sent me a photo of. It's just like books on the floor, just like the things that he's reading. So I know you're always like just informing yourself and making like just making sure that you know what you're talking about, which is something I really appreciate. I also want to show chat. Can I show chat the photo you got with Robert that you sent me last night?
Please, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, dude, guys, look at this. If you don't know who Robert Kiyosaki is, he's one of the OGs. He made the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad that most of you guys may have read if you're into the financial entrepreneurship world. So, dude, that is so amazing. Also, how was he in person, man? Cool guy?
Super cool. He's very similar to me in the fact that he's kind of like, libertarian, live and let live, kind of like small government, that kind of a thing. I don't want to talk about politics, but basically our value system is very aligned, and I like him. He came off as very fun, very lighthearted. When people meet these super successful people in person, you realize that they're always super nice. They always treat people with respect. because that's how you get things out of life. You know, it's kind of like reciprocation of being a human. You know, it's like you attract more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. So every time I meet these, big celebrities, you think there's some like, big shot, big ego, but really in the grand scheme of things, they're just really humble guys that are grateful for where they came from. So yeah, I loved it, man. He was super cool. His partner Ken McElroy was there. We talked commercial real estate for a while. My background, where I cut my teeth in, was in commercial real estate. Worked for a boutique developer, built some houses, built some duplexes. But yeah, other than that, man, just kicking it with the boys, if you will. So it was fun to get away. And I live in Cleveland, and right now it's like snowing. We're getting pummeled by snow. So Scottsdale was a nice little retreat. It was like 70 and sunny.
Dude, I love to hear that, man. Guys, if you want to follow Marco, I put it in the comment section. I'm going to pin it in this chat right now. How many subscribers do you have right now, bro?
Yeah, thank you, man. I just passed 500,000, but I had a couple videos this past month that kind of blew up. So I blew through 500,000. Right now I'm at like 525.
Dang.
Yeah, 525,000 subs is crazy, in my opinion. My lizard ape brain can't even like comprehend how many people that is. So I just want to say, thank you for everyone tuning in. I really appreciate it. Thank you for having me on again, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. So we got, right now on this, we have almost 25,000 current viewers. We have 9,000 likes on this stream. Guys, go ahead and drop a like on this video if you appreciate all the brains on here and the different guests that we have. And bro, you got the slickest haircut out of all the friends I know. Look how sharp that hair is, dog.
You like that, dude? I got the barber in Cleveland, bro. That's dude, that website fade, bro.
Bro, I've never seen you with hair that just doesn't, like, it's always been sharp. Even after you wake up, it's just, like, beautiful, man. So
it's that strong genes. I got lucky. My grandpa on my mom's side has good hairline, and my dad has a good hairline. So
dude, yeah, guys, Marco and I had a trip in Mexico, Cancun, before this whole pandemic happened too. So we've taken a few vacations together as well. Just a great guy. But Marco, I wanted to hear your thoughts on kind of like a recap on your video on market manipulation. How many views did that do? Like over 100,000?
Right now, I believe it's at like 260, 270. I put that out like 3-4 days ago.
Oh my gosh.
So it really blew up. I like that video a lot because it just allowed me to kind of speak from the heart. And I feel like most of my videos, I don't feel like I know. Most of my videos, they have like a natural outline. I'm in front of a whiteboard. It's very like a classroom setting, if you will. But that video was more candid. I kind of just riffed off the top of my head talking about all the stuff that's happened over the past like week or two. Yeah, that's it right there. Thank you.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah, I just talked about like, my perspective. Like I always bring this up, I'm 33 years old. I remember 2008. I remember my portfolio getting crushed, 30, 40, 50% in just a couple weeks after the great financial crisis. And, no one really went to jail. People got bailed out. Companies got bailed out, which in my opinion is not free market capitalism, which I am a fan of. And then not only that, it's like not only did they get bailed out, but they also got bonuses. The CEOs are flying their choppers to Martha's Vineyard and their second planes, to Cabo and all that. And it's kind of just like, what the hell? Who ended up paying for those bailouts? It's the middle class, the lower class, the upper middle class. It's the 95%, not the 99 or the 1 or 2%. They're the ones getting bailed out. So. Yeah, it was a cool video. I think I got a lot of respect from that video because at the end of it, I kind of I don't want to say preached, but I just talked about how, money is great and it's a piece of the puzzle of your life, but I think that you still need, time, health, friends, family, because at the end of the day, in my opinion, that's true wealth. But yeah, money doesn't hurt, but it should only be a piece of the puzzle, not the whole puzzle, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. So Marco, can you just like summarize what that video was about in terms of market manipulation and what you know?
Yeah, definitely. So I think that the biggest thing that irked people this past week with certain brokerages was when they allowed people to sell a security and not buy it, meaning that you are kind of manipulating the market in that regard, meaning that there's interference with a free market. So the whole reason it's called the stock market is because it's a market for equities, meaning that there is a buyer and a seller, a party and a counterparty to that trade, right? So when you're allowing people only to sell on your platform as opposed to buy, of course that's going to affect, what the price is going to be of that equity and, the ability to trade it and the volume and all that good stuff. So my point is that what I went into that video was I compilated a bunch of tweets that I really agreed with, and I kind of just went through those. But most of it had to do with what we're talking about, the GameStops, the AMCs, the world, all this stuff like BlackBerry, for example, all this stuff that was kind of manipulated over the past week by some of these bigger brokers. And I think a lot of people woke up to the fact that like if the product is free, then you're the product. It's like a premium model. So, and I'm loving the new setup, man. Love the sound. It's extra crispy, dude.
Thanks, man. I can say the same about you. You got the whole backlight going too. I need to add that, man.
Yours looks good. I'm just in an unfinished basement, so this makes it look a lot nicer. Like this behind this paper is like brick. It's like exposed like foundation. So it looks nice this way.
Thanks, dog. I appreciate that, man. Sheesh. All right, so Marco, I know your time is limited too, so I don't want to take up too much of it. What do you think about the current situation going on right now? And I know you just came back from like a whole thing, so I don't know how much you've been keeping up with it, but just from what you know right now, what do you think, in your opinion, is the direction that we're going to see the short squeeze going?
Yeah, so you're right. I was in Scottsdale basically from Friday to like late last night, so I'm kind of smoked. That's why I may sound like crap right now. I was having a couple Moscow mules and all that, so and then flying on the plane, I just didn't sleep well. But anyway, to your point, I have been following it. I've been following it on the phone. I've been following it on Twitter. I've been following you for sure. You've been doing a great job covering all this stuff. So basically, in terms of like the bigger picture, if I had a crystal ball, I don't, so I can't, even give a price prediction. To be quite honest, at this point, I saw a poll on Twitter where a gentleman that has tens of thousands of votes on all his polls, he basically said like, where do you think GameStop is going to end up? By the end of the week this week, and I actually kind of want to pull it up. Let me see if I liked it. I don't know if I'll be able to find it in time. Well, I don't have it pulled up, but basically it was literally like so diametrically opposed. Like you had a big chunk saying it's going to end up over 500, then you had a big chunk saying it's going to end up under 150, and then the rest of the answers were in the middle, right? So if it gives you any like idea of sentiment, it's like you have the people that are
Naked is
this stream
tanking.
that are like, dude, this thing's going to the moon. It's going above 500. But then you also have like the exact opposite.
Naked is
on the other side
tanking.
saying like, dude, it's going under 150. So just to piggyback off that real quick in regards to silver, I'm not sure. Have you been covering silver at all in these live streams?
Damn, naked.
I know that's like your game right there too. Here's my stance on silver, Marco. I don't know if you're the opposite, but I feel like there's a lot of manipulation going on and trying to drive people towards the silver craze. That this is the next short squeeze. You got to hop on this right now. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think so. All you have to do is look at who the biggest silver holders are. The iShares Silver Trust. That's that SLV ticker symbol. So I have a screenshot up here. Let me see if I can share my screen real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, you can, and then I'll throw it up here as well.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen real quick. Can you see this?
Yep.
Okay, naked. Okay, you come back.
With PHP right here, and then.
Okay, perfect. Look at this, dude. We're running. We're like a news network. Dude. This is unbelievable. You're killing it, dude. Thank you.
Of course, man. I appreciate that. Guys, drop a like, by the way. We're under 10,000 likes on this. It's 9:50 a.m. Eastern time. Go ahead and drop a like. My boy's doing the thumbs up for y'all. Go ahead and smash that like button. Let's get this to 10,000 likes.
So this is pretty cool. So this was a tweet by Dr. Bitcoin MD. He's kind of a funny like parody account that I follow, but he's actually really good. So he says, here are the top holders of SLV, so silver. So if you look at like the top right where my cursor is on the mouse, you can read his tweet. The original tweet was, here are the top holders of SLV. Congrats on pumping the bags of Wall Street. If you ever decide you want to actually make a difference, choose Bitcoin. So if you look at this chart that he posted right here to the left of my picture, you can see the top holders of iShares Silver Trust. Number 1 is Morgan Stanley. Number 2 is Bank of America. Number 3 is UBS. Number 4 is Citadel. Number 5 is Susquehanna. Barclays, Wells Fargo, RBC Capital Markets, which is Royal Bank of Canada, I believe. It's like, this is basically just Wall Street, right? So whose bags are you pumping, So I think this was pretty interesting, and I'm going to pull up one other tweet. It's a thread. This may bore you, but it's important that you guys read this because it is kind of a bigger thread, so I'll zoom in here. So this is by my friend Vijay Boyapati. He's a huge Bitcoiner, super, super smart guy, big Austrian economist, big, sound money, hard money kind of advocate. So he likes, Bitcoin, gold, that kind of a thing. So if you don't mind, Brian, do you mind if I take like 5 minutes to just read this thread? It's not even that long.
Go ahead, man. Take as much time as you want.
Okay, so I'll just zoom out just a little bit just to get my avatar out of the way there. So you can see here that he says, buoyed by their success in assailing Wall Street, hedge funds, the legion of retail investors who are part of the WallStreetBets movement have turned their attention to the silver market. Silver futures are already up 9%. So this was yesterday at 11:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So how is this going to end? So unlike GameStop, which is worth billions, the above-ground silver market is worth almost 1.5 trillion. This is not to mention the massive derivatives market on top of the silver spot market. A short squeeze will be much harder to achieve, so why bother? It is believed that the silver market is highly manipulated by Wall Street, and that's not believed, it is true. A lot of people paid a lot of fines. I think Chase was one of the biggest ones they did for years. But let me just finish this thread real quick. It is believed that this manipulated by Wall Street and that the market is shorted by many factors more than actual silver that exists above ground. By trying to corner silver, especially physical, WallStreetBets hopes to explode Wall Street's machinations. So this is something that if you guys have read the Bitcoin Standard, this is what's talked about in the Bitcoin Standard. So this is a true story. So in the late 70s, the Hunt brothers, Nelson, William, and Lamar, began an operation to corner the silver market, and their attempt is instructive to anyone trying the same thing today. Let's explore how it went. So like today, the Federal Reserve pursued a policy of monetary expansion in the 70s, a decade which saw high single-digit inflation peaking at 13.5% in 1980. Ostensibly, the Hunt brothers, among America's wealthiest at the time, were cornering silver to protect their savings. Unlike the WallStreetBets movement today, however, the Hunt brothers did not have the popular opinion on their side. In 1980, the jeweler Tiffany's took an ad in the New York Times condemning the Hunt brothers for causing regular buyers of jewelry to pay artificially high prices. So basically manipulating, the price of silver, if you will, because of the demand and the supply. So as the Hunt brothers accumulated silver, demanding physical delivery, the price of the precious metals went parabolic, meaning it went up. To increase their position with leverage, the brothers bought more silver in the futures market. The Hunts' plan backfired. The commodities exchange COMEX decided to limit the amount of silver that could be purchased with futures on their exchange, reminiscent of the actions of various brokers preventing purchases of GameStop in recent days. GameStop. Further, as the price rose, physical silver materialized from many sources as people melted down old cutlery, silver dimes, and quarters. Cornering the market became increasingly difficult, and the price of silver began to drop, culminating in Silver Thursday, which is March 27, 1980. With their silver future contracts deeply underwater, the Hunt brothers faced a margin call for $100 million. You have to realize this is in the 80s. This isn't like $100 million today. This is worth way more than it is, and a total nominal loss of $1.7 billion. The commodities market immediately went into a panic. An emergency loan from a consortium of banks averted a complete collapse. The moral of the story is that the silver market is not an easy one to manipulate, even for the world's richest, and even in an environment that is macroeconomically very conducive to a bull run in silver. Retail investors attempting to corner silver today should be circumspect. I will end with a note that I believe that people who are part of WallStreetBets movement have the right motivations, angst against the status quo financial system, which I agree with as well. But they have chosen the wrong vessel to carry their hopes. Our one hope for real change is Bitcoin, baby. So let's go.
Let's go, man. Dude, so that's an incredible thread. And you know what I realized too? Like all the best ones are low key. Like it can't have more than like 1,000 or 10,000 like retweets. It's got to be like low key, and that's like the goal that you find.
Oh, it could be Neil.
For sure. And this is only about 9 hours old. This will blow up more. But yeah, man, thank you for letting me share that. I hope that wasn't boring. But I think it's important to understand that this is a way bigger market cap than GameStop, and there's way more institutional money involved in this. You have to realize GameStop is just one equity. It was kind of like a failing brick and mortar, business, and this is just like a whole nother market in and of itself with futures and derivatives and all that. So just be careful with silver is all I'm trying to say.
That's the best way to put it, guys. If you enjoy the value that he's putting,
Oh,
this is Marco
plug
from
is where
Whiteboard
it is.
Finance.
Damn
He's
it.
pinned in my chat section. Go check out his channel. And Marco, don't you have like a school or something, like education, something like that?
Yeah, so I'm in the
No, it's
process
not
of
plug
wrapping
either.
up. I'm recording the last couple of courses. So it's called Whiteboard Finance University. It's basically just taking people that are potentially financially illiterate, not really understanding money, and taking them all throughout the journey of, personal finance, real estate investing, stock market investing, all the stuff that you need to really become more financially literate and build wealth. So it's basically just a place where courses live, along with live streams with me, kind of like how you and I are doing right now. And and then also like a community chat to keep the community involved, and then also like a book of the month, which we discussed. So
I'm
trying
like,
to
how
get,
are we
you know,
fucking over this
hopefully
again?
smarter. I think, you know, I think it's a good school to sign up for, but it's not live just yet. I have a waiting list going on.
Doge
If you
is
sign up for the
way
waiting
up.
list, there's an automated email that gives you 20% off.
Sweet. Thank you for sharing that, guys. We are currently at 26,000 viewers right now, so the chat is absolutely going crazy. Robinhood is currently, or not Robinhood, AMC is currently at $15.22. GME is at
$278.
$275.08. We're seeing a pullback. GME is starting the market at 15% lower. And AMC is still up 14.79%
AMC is killing
for the day. Now let's do some recognitions on some super chats. Oliver Ponder, question: what is buying what we sell if nobody can buy? Wait, who is buying what we sell if nobody can buy? Who is buying what we sell if nobody can buy? Let me see.
I think I know what he's saying. Remember, at some point, the hedge funds were still allowed to buy to help make up for their shorts. So I believe that they had the ability to buy, but we were only able to sell, and that was like the big, you know, contention point. So actually, I was about to start eating. So sorry, I brought the food back on the scene.
You good?
But...
We want to hear the crunches. Do you think there's a chance GameStop makes any kind of statement today since their fiscal year just ended? You know, interestingly enough, a lot of these companies, they are more vocal than I would expect them to be in a situation like this. So there is a ton of news going on. I don't know. I can't predict what someone is going to do today. But what I can say is if there is an announcement, guys, send it over to me on Twitter and we'll just post it immediately as soon as we can. So Endless Mike, thank you for that. Philip Gauthier, hold the line for the Rohan. I don't know what Rohan is, but yeah, we'll do that. Dogecoin pump is coming, right? I don't know about that. Mo Beek, thank you for the 20, says effing Citadel has options for silver. Do not squeeze silver. This is for GME and AMC. Rocket ship emoji. Sweet. Okay. So Trevor Tyson, thank you for the $5 Canadian. And chat saying that bagel looks real good, man. Everyone's saying that looks so good. How is it? Is it fire?
Bro, 9.6 out of 10.
Jeez, man. Almost a close 10 out. That means a lot coming from you, too. Sweet. Alrighty, guys. So 25,000 viewers watching my boy eat on stream while we talk, and eat as much as you want, bro. I feel like this is
Is this rude? I'm sorry. Is this rude?
No. It's I don't think it is. Like I kind of want to get something now too. I don't think it is. So we're all gonna eat today, hopefully. You know what I'm saying? Like not just food. We talking about the market. Let's do a little review of what we see in the AMC stock right now, because I think that's one of the most important things to cover throughout the day. Alrighty, guys, so here we got AMC at $15.14. It is now doing a little bit of recovery. Did hit $14.82 shortly after the market opened. As you guys know, StockTwits has been absolutely fire. Just seeing what the public opinion on this as well, including the chat. So we got like 2 different platforms of social media just running right now. I know StockTwits, this was close to 180,000, maybe even 200,000 people who were actually
Hold on, I'm gonna get both of them on there.
watching AMC earlier today. Since Friday.
Nice, we got the dual screen now. Let's go, baby.
I want to say the degree of confidence has gone down significantly, but I want to say that people are.
They both live.
I don't know. People are feeling a little sweaty, man. And I'm seeing the
I don't
comments
be
right now
sweating.
too, guys.
We got this. Hold the line. Let's hold
Check,
this.
hold. Yeah, everyone's holding. Diamond hands, diamond hands. Yeah, man. Hold the line.
Nice.
Don't give up. It's going up. So we shall see today with how the market performs, guys. $4.92 so far. Jimmy Fam donated $5. Said perfect time to buy. Santa Fe Mike, good morning, gentlemen. The English muffin looks like it has salmon and chives, and I'm almost finished with my fasting and suddenly became hungry.
Sorry about that.
Jeff R said, talk about the extremely low volume on GME right now. I think this speaks volume on how strong the hold is. All right, guys. So with GameStop right now, with a lot of this information, you can check out underneath the bottom of the stocks. We're going to go ahead and load up GME for our boy Jeff at the moment. And guys, I do see all of your comments. A lot of people are holding. A lot of people are trying to get through this and waiting for the liftoff on a stock like this. And you know, the biggest question that I've been getting, Marco, is Brian, like, what's your exit? You know, do you plan on you know, when are you leaving this? So I told chat that I was going to talk about this later on. I feel like right now is probably the best because we have our peak viewership, 26,000 views. Hopefully we'll get to 30,000. So I was walking through this with a few of my friends before I even entered this like a week ago. So when I first entered AMC at $4, my plan was actually to exit this at a much lower position that I have set right now. So originally I would have been comfortable with a $20 exit, but I ended up doubling down on my position, which brought my average cost up to $7.61. I do have a limit sell placed for $35. Why do I have that? Don't follow my trades. Don't copy me at all. This is subject to change completely depending on the volatility of what we're seeing, not only in the comments, but even the market itself. But that is my happy medium. For me, even if this goes to the moon, I know my exit position is going to give me an additional $100,000 in my return for the investment I have. If you make up a Patreon because you lost your mortgage, they're going to come and step in. I think what's going to happen is, although we are part of this movement, you do still have to have some type of responsibility with your own risk portfolio. This is not something I've recommended people to do where you put in your entire life savings in and then you wait to see this take off. This is something where you have to consciously make sure that you put some money aside, you're okay with the FOMO, you understand the emotions under it, and you also understand what exit position you have. Now, Marco, you're the one who actually gave me probably the best tip on this, on the house, like letting the house money ride up and taking your equity behind that. Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, so I think you hit the nail on the head. And before I get into that, like,
What
I think you're doing a
changed?
great job of
What
telling
stock
people,
did a
like, you don't
360?
bet the house on this kind of a situation. This should be a portion of your portfolio
How
that
Chrome
you're
to do a 360?
ready and willing and able and happy to lose, you know, because it's an asymmetric bet. You know, you get in at 4, get out at 20, you just made, you know, 500-600%, boom. You know, that's a winner all day long.
They all
So
did
anyway,
that.
I think that I go into every trade knowing that, okay, this is my exit position. I don't care what happens. I'm going to take some money off the table. You look at the momentum, you look at the volume, and then you see where it's going, right? So I think that you're 100% right of having a predetermined number. Sorry, I was getting a phone call. You're 100% right about having a predetermined either a percentage gain or a specific number that you're shooting for in terms of price per share. So when you get to that, you can determine, you know, hey, should I take some money off the table? Should I play with house money? So what I mean by that is when I get to a certain position of just absolutely crushing it, I still think the equity or the move is still going to go higher. At that point, I'm happy to take out my original cost basis. So whatever I put in, let's just say it's, you know, $1,000, $5,000, whatever, sell that amount, get that back, and then you just let the rest ride, especially if you're bullish. That way, you know, you're 100% making a profit. It can go back down to, you know, your original cost basis, and you lost nothing at that point. But if it moons, that's 100% profit that you're taking. You don't have to sweat it, and you can sleep at night. So I think the key to that is, however, obviously getting in before the big move happens. And I think with people like you and a lot of your viewers, if you got in at AMC at like, 250, 350, 450 a share, now it's sitting at, I believe close to 15, you know, then you're golden, dude. Just get back your cost basis and let it ride. Now, I know that probably won't resonate well with this audience because, we want to have diamond hands. I love the logo in the top right-hand corner with the WallStreetBets guy with the diamond hands. But at the end of the day, it's your money. And rule number one of investing, notice I said investing, not degenerate gambling. Rule number one of investing is to never lose money. And if you never lose money, not you're doing it the right way. So I come from a more conservative school, but, it is what it is.
No, Marco, that was perfect, man. And I'm so glad that type of information is out here because we're getting so many new beginner investors, and they have to realize that in this type of situation, man, you need to be careful about the money that you're putting in. And when Marco says this is investing advice, and he specifically states that, is because there's an implication that what we're doing is not investing. We're trading, guys. Borderline gambling, too, on a short squeeze,
Yeah, I think it's all about asset allocation. So I bring this up in a lot of my podcasts and a lot of my videos. If you look at your net worth as just a pie, like a big pizza or a half-eaten smoked salmon bagel, a percentage of your pie needs to go to a certain percentage of assets. So my personal portfolio has Bitcoin in it. It has real estate in it. It has equities in it. It has bonds in it. It has, a little bit of everything, cash as well. You should assign a certain percentage or a certain weight of your net worth to those different asset classes. And that way you can see if you're, overweight, underweight, you can always readjust and rebalance. And once you have that, you never FOMO into trades that you don't need to be in, right? But you should also assign a percentage of that pie to speculative stuff like we're talking about right now. And that way you never lose the house, you never bet the second mortgage on GameStop stock or, AMC or Dogecoin or whatever. And, if it goes up, that's an asymmetric bet and you just crushed it. You made a multi-bagger, multiple, times your money back. And if it goes to zero, no big deal because you allocated that piece of your pie to those kinds of bets or those kinds of trades.
That's perfectly put. Dude, I saw Nate's comment in here earlier. So, Nate, if you're watching this, I shot you a text too, man. Nate, I know he's low-key about it, so I don't want to even put him on the spot. But, Nate, if you want to hop on, just let me know, and I'll send you a link to this as well, and you can join us. Yeah, guys, let me know down below in the chat what you guys think. Is this gambling? That's a good question. Would you guys consider this a gamble right now at what you're doing? I'm also seeing a lot of super chats. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, number 9 with fries, Landon, Vassar of old. Dude, surprisingly, Marco, I don't know if a lot of my viewers are actually not from the U.S. We have 30% of viewers right now from the U.S., and then everywhere else is a different country in the world. So this is a whole global phenomenon right now that we got going on in this live.
That's incredible. That makes sense because I feel like, Europe and the rest of the world is, 5, 6, 10 hours ahead. Maybe people are at work in the States. Who knows? I'm just guessing, but that's awesome.
Yeah. So guys, you can follow Whiteboard Finance over on his YouTube channel. It's pinned in the comment section. So people are asking, how do I subscribe to this guy? It's pinned right there. You guys can check him out. He's on YouTube. All you have to do is type in Whiteboard Finance. What is the origin of that name?
Yeah, that's a great question, man. So I figured, okay, what is the easiest way to teach people? And the easiest way is on a whiteboard. You don't have to rip off multiple pieces of paper. You don't have the chalk dust flying everywhere. I just figured, hey, I'm going to buy a big whiteboard, which I found on Craigslist. And my brother-in-law, we bought this in October of 17, and it couldn't fit in his car. So we had the whiteboard on the roof of the car in October in Cleveland. We're freezing our hands off. We had almost frostbite. So I set up this big whiteboard, and then I just decided to turn it into a classroom setting. So I just take things that are perceived to be complicated or difficult to understand, and I just try and break them down to super simple understanding, kind of like that Reddit explain like I'm 5 kind of a thing. So I feel like once you're able to explain things very simply, not only does it mean that you understand what you're teaching, it also helps other people understand it very easily.
Yeah, no, that's perfect, man. So how long have you been doing YouTube for and teaching people?
My first video, I believe, was November of 17. So it's about 3.5 years almost. And I went full time in July of 19. So it was nice. I was able to leave my corporate banking job. I worked at a publicly traded bank here in Cleveland. And it's nice because as creators, we get to, it's 10, 11 in the morning, and we're sitting here talking about things that we enjoy talking about. We kind of have our time back, and we're also being compensated because we're creating value in the marketplace by helping educate people and things like that. So I feel like as long as you're bringing value and you're getting compensated for it, I don't mind. This to me is not work. It's just helping people, and you kind of get your schedule back as an entrepreneur. So I love it.
Yeah, dude, I'm reading the chat right now, dude. They love you guys. His name is Whiteboard Finance, also known as Marco. And yeah, dude, I can tell how international it is because I just read a comment that said, "Bloody great channel, man." So yeah,
It's super. Like this is for the European audience, buddy.
Yeah, man, dude. Netherlands, New Zealand. I see you guys down there too. Indonesia. Jeez. Okay.
You're an international superstar, Brian.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm like multitasking. Nate said he's skiing right now, otherwise he'd hop on. And he said, "Tell the audience, diamond hands only." Thanks, Nate. Okay, so, stretched. Perfect. All right, guys.
Yeah,
AMC Entertainment. How is it doing so far? The clock hour 10 at 12 a.m. Let's go ahead and do this, and we shall. I'll let you eat, Marco, and then I'll put this here, and then I'm gonna bring the screen right over here. So AMC Entertainment is currently at $14, 41%. It did take a kind of a bit of a drop down. So we started at $17, $16.55, went down to the $15.90 mark.
That's
perfect. At $15.11, and hopefully this might be the recovery up. But based on this trend, it might look like something else. I'm going to keep this on the screen just so we do see AMC right on the side, because this is something I have a position in. I am still holding currently at the moment, but if I do decide to change my mind, or depending on what happens today, I'll just make sure you guys know how I'm allocating my trades. But that is also something that I really, really want to mention. It's so important, everyone. Regardless of wherever you are from in this world, it looks like a majority of the people are still holding strong to this. How many people we have in AMC? 171,000 people on stock twits. And that's actually one of the ways that I was able to find out about AMC. When it was at $4, this was less than 100,000 people back when we did see the top up for it. The issue now is that because it's so mainstream, we are seeing a lot of other hedges and institutions trying to combat people like us. And it's so freaking sad, man. Like, they don't want to back down, and it looks like they are still putting up a fight, and we are seeing that directly with the stock trend right now. For anyone who's new to the channel too, I also want to mention that a lot of the information that you're going to see in this video is not traditional, ordinary investing advice. Generally, there's a lot of fundamental analysis going on. It could be fundamental, it can be quantitative, it can be technical, but there is a lot more that goes on in the back end before deciding what trade you want to place. So when you're looking at AMC as a potential candidate in order to invest your own hard-earned money, just a reminder for anyone who doesn't know, this is also known as a short squeeze. So many videos on this on YouTube right now. I've personally made one. It's got over like 100,000 views. I did my best to explain that in the most easy to understand way possible as well. So if you don't really know what is going on in the world at all, just go ahead and make sure you stay up to date on YouTube. You subscribe to this channel. We had Marco on this channel as well at Whiteboard Finance. Go subscribe to him as well. And I'm getting some real-time data points from you guys through emails and direct messages that you want me to cover. So let me go ahead and do that. Guys, send me a DM on Twitter if you can, if you want to send me over any dying news that you want me to share on this live stream. Now, we have 26,000 concurrent viewers right now. We only have 12,000 likes, guys. 12,000 likes. Let's see if we can get to 20,000 likes on this video. If we can do that, I think that'll be a great, great time, and we will continue to see a lot more viewers. I think every day we're getting more viewers added to the stream, and as you guys know, if you've been watching me for the past few days, the direction that we do this and all the knowledge that we share. So I'm reading the comments, guys. Buy AMC, hold AMC,
Nice.
buy AMC, AMC.
Of course, we get bingo when it goes down. Of course, we get it on the low end.
Rocket ship emoji. Okay. AMC buy. So a lot of people are looking to enter this position because it has dipped down. Keep in mind, this is not my opinion at all. I'm just reading through the chat. This is all for entertainment purposes only, just to make that disclaimer. All right, guys. So Marco, okay, so Santa Fe Mike 99. Marco, you're good. You can keep eating. We just got someone saying, Marco, perhaps today's viewers should be introduced to a Benjamin Graham's investment core principles. These days, I'm sitting out on cash and waiting.
11:49. Okay.
Yeah, so Benjamin Graham, he has the book that most people are familiar with. I'm sure Marco has like a lot to say about that. If you want to chime in, Marco, just give me a thumbs up and I'll let you. If you want to chill, just chill too, man. Okay. So we got another one, Austin Baghdadi. Thank you so much. INO is squeezing. I'll check out INO every now and then. I'm gonna just throw in some of these other companies in here. I'm not familiar with Inovio that much, but oh wow, it is up 25%. And guys, if I do show any stocks on this channel, please keep in mind I'm not recommending them. I'm just showing you guys additional.
When did I get in?
stocks that
That's the
money
real question.
in as well.
Oh, you got in at the
So,
peak. Oh,
let's see.
of course.
Sit together, thank you so much. 15 euros.
You got in at the
Together
peak.
stands behind GME.
It's
to the
worst
moon,
case
baby and
scenario.
Serious, and then they did a plug to their Instagram. Asian Money Focus for $5 as San Francisco is in the house. The Seed Pod, Michael Burry called to boycott Twitter, Amazon, and Facebook. He cites Order 66, the Purge of the Jedi from Star Wars on his Twitter. Michael Burry, okay? So for anyone who doesn't know who that is, he's actually been a huge player inside this past few weeks. Have you ever seen the movie The Big Short? That's what I believe Christian Bale, is that his name? He was playing. So let's see, guys. Michael Burry. Is this a fake account? Yes, I'm the Big Short guy, Dr. This is not verified, so I don't know if it is. Chat, someone sent me a Twitter DM on this account. If you can direct me to the actual tweets. I'm not just searching around. What do you think about Robinhood allows investors to buy? What do you think about Robinhood allowing investors to buy, but only a few shares? Isn't it illegal? Dude, man, I thought everything going on. That's a really good question. Marco, do you want to share your opinion on that? Robinhood limiting shares and what we think in terms of if it's okay or not.
Yeah, so I would have to say that still falls under, at least under my definition of not being a free market. I feel like, as long as there's a buyer and a seller, that is a free market, period. If you want to sell me an apple for $700,000 and I think that apple's worth $700,000, that's a free market, right? There's nobody that should hold my hand or babysit me and let me know, like, hey, you probably shouldn't buy this apple for $700,000, right? So I think that a lot of these big tech companies, just more socially and also with our money now, which you can see, they're kind of going off the end of like telling us what to do. We know better than you. We're going to hold your hand. We're going to babysit you. And that's what I don't appreciate because, again, I'm a free market capitalist. And if there's no free market, then it's
now that I know I got shares,
some
now it's a whole
perverted
different
form of
story.
capitalism, which is not true free market.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Perfect. I'm seeing a lot of chat messages too, because in my Twitter, I had Mia Khalifa on the search. Guys, Mia Khalifa is in my search because she made a tweet about Doge, and she's actually very involved in this. Trust me, I'm a lot smarter than that, guys. There's a lot of tweets going on about this. She has been a big advocate of bringing some awareness to this. If you don't know who this is, don't Google it. She's a pro swimmer and NBA player in a different country. So let me bring this back to where we are with Robinhood. We're seeing. Let's see where AMC is at.
15.
All right, guys. AMC is at $14.76, lifting off. So we're not seeing necessarily just a whole dip down, falling down below. Seeing blue cap emojis. No cap out here. Research purposes only. All right. So got a bunch of additional super chats as well. Colby Bailey says, I just put in 6K. I'm holding. Nice. The Seed Pod says, I sent you Burry's Twitter on Twitter. So I'll go ahead and check that. And in the meantime, any thoughts on this, Marco? What do you think? I've been talking a lot.
Well, I was gonna ask you.
Silver false squeeze.
To interview on the channel.
Silver is definitely the false prophet. Come on, dude.
How's that?
We're not falling for that bullshit.
Situation going?
Dude, so I'm just waiting on them to reach back out. Literally, that's all I'm waiting on. So I think it might be tomorrow. I can't say anything about it, but If it happens, it might be tomorrow.
Damn,
Yeah.
GameStop down
That would be
23%.
incredible. Did you see Elon on Clubhouse last night?
Oh yeah. So before we started the stream, and for anyone who is joining by us right now, the first thing we did this morning is actually go and watch that entire interview on Clubhouse. Were you able to check it out as well?
I didn't listen to it. I flew in late last night and I was just smoked. I showered and went straight to bed. But I saw some quotable tweets the next day saying like he's a proponent of Bitcoin and he kind of was grilling the CEO of Robinhood, I believe. Do you know any more about that?
I mean, we did a whole review of it before we even started this video, and it's pretty funny. Like, knowing Elon's personality, he was, you know, there was a little bit of just like some toying with him. I think that's like the best way to put it. Vlad, guys, chat. What did Vlad call Elon, or what did Elon call Vlad before it started? Y'all remember? Who's my OGs? We've been online for what? 2 hours now. Where's my OGs? Who was paying attention to our video earlier? Blueberry, Clubhouse Media. You gotta let the chats load in. It takes like 30 seconds to a minute. Stock Impaler.
Look at this OG Vanguard mug. Not sponsored.
Not sponsored. There we go. Stock Impaler, man. The chat is paying attention. I feel like most of these people have been here since we started on Monday Market Open. So, man, dude, Mark, the last 4 days have been crazy, man. Like, you know me, like I'm usually on my routine. Like I'll wake up, I'll try to get a video or something out, and I usually just go to the gym and that's my day. But this whole past week has been something completely different. Are you
watching
in your own day-to-day life, or like how do you feel about like just the GME short squeeze going on, and what effect we're seeing that in the YouTube market?
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's a great
55,
point. And, like honestly, dude, like
When
obviously
did
we're
I
friends, I'm
buy
not
in?
kissing your butt, but I want to applaud you
80,
for
I think.
going this long and this hard. Like when I tune into your streams, I'm just like, let's
They don't
go.
really make a big
You
deal
know?
because of the
Thanks, dog. I appreciate that,
severity
man.
of it.
Pull up, watching the live stream. No, but seriously, I just want to applaud you first of all for your effort, and then second of all, I think that a lot of channels are kind of like coming into the limelight that didn't have that limelight before, just because of I feel like a lot of the keywords and the titles revolving this whole situation. And not only that, I got a quick story just to show you that this is being talked about by almost everyone. So I was hiking in Scottsdale, and just randomly, this woman started talking to me, and we're walking back in the same direction for like 5-10 minutes. So we're just chatting. And she started talking about, Robinhood and, the short squeeze and all this stuff. And this was like, a middle-aged woman, walking her dog just randomly in Scottsdale, Arizona. So there's a lot of eyeballs on this. I think that the everyday investor or the everyday person, not just investor, just everyday person, is starting to become more and more aware of kind of what's going on Wall Street. And I think that's a good thing, because I always believe in transparency and kind of like decentralization of power. So we'll see where this all leads, but yeah, I think you're making huge waves, and I think that this topic in general is reaching a lot of people.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Guys, thank you all so much for tuning by right now. We got 25,000 viewers, 13,000 likes on this video. Let's see if we can get to 15,000 likes. That'll be amazing. 15,000 likes on this video. If you're in here and you haven't yet hit that like button, please go ahead and do so. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel. This is we've been covering this news for the past 4 days now, and we've been going live for about 7 to 8 hours plus. You guys can also follow Marco. His channel is pinned actually in the chat section, so you'll see like a blue pin by my name, and that link will take you directly over to his channel as well, which is Whiteboard Finance. And yeah, let's. What's up?
Yeah, I was just saying thank you, man. Yeah, thank you for doing it.
Of course, dude. Of course. No worries.
I love this stuff.
Okay, so guys, hydration and posture check. We got a super chat for $5. You know what? Go ahead and posture check, bro.
That's like my mom, dude. My mom, she's Eastern European. She says, "Sit up." Like, what are you doing? Don't watch over. So I'm trying to consciously do that.
Okay, so Stellian Stefanos, he gave me a currency in BGN. I'm not familiar with that one, but he says, where do you recommend non-Americans to buy stocks on? I just tried to make a reg on Robinhood, but I think they are overloaded, or Smith, or shaking my head, I guess. Okay, so there are a lot of other brokerages that you guys can check out. I have a link for Webull down below. You get 4 free stocks with them. They've had like over to like 1 million account signups.
See,
I know
naked don't mean
Fidelity and
anything
other
now.
resources have it. Marco, do you have any recommendations on any other stock trading platforms?
Yeah, since I'd say 7 out of 10 people on this stream are probably international. I know that eToro is another one. I don't use it personally. I don't know anything about it, but I know that they cater to the international market. I think Trading 212 is another international trading app. But yeah, he is right. I think that currency is from Bulgaria.
Okay.
So yeah, they don't have access to Robinhood, or I don't know if Webull, caters to the Bulgarian market. But yeah, I'd check out eToro, and then also Trading 212. But I've not used them personally, so I can't give any feedback on it, to be quite honest.
No, that's perfect. Yeah, and you're right on the currency. I'm looking at chat, and yeah, Bulgarian. That's dope, man. Guys, all over the world, we're getting viewers here on this stream. It's absolutely crazy. We're at 14,580 likes, guys. If we can go ahead and hit that to the 15,000 mark, that would be absolutely awesome. And it is not even noon yet. I wonder if we can get 50,000 likes on this video today. That I think if we do that, we'll make a serious mark in history and in terms of viewership on YouTube and seeing something like this. Dude, yeah, I didn't realize how big of a stream this was considered until Sebi was just like, dude, like most Twitch streamers get like 5,000 or 2 to 5,000 live viewers, which is a lot. I know this is like a once in a lifetime type history deal, so I don't expect us to ever see this type of chat or view ever again in the future. So in the meantime, while we're going through this moment, I think it's amazing. I want to
32%. 34%.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think 26,000 people. I mean, that's like
34%. They are saying we are putting all our money to fuck you guys up.
Kind of responsibility to provide, either as much value or as much information as possible. And I think you're doing a great job of that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So, guys, we actually have one more special guest that is looking to join. Marco, you know this guy. I think he was actually on. Did you have a podcast or something with him?
Who is the guest? I'm sorry.
Oh, you can't see him. Sorry, I can see him. Oh, you'll see. Dun 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 dun. Let's see. You know him, Marco. Give me 1 sec while I cue the Avengers music. What is going on,
What's up, guys?
my brother?
Can you hear me? Can you hear
We
me?
can hear you. Gain
Okay,
knob
so
a
it's
little
good.
down.
Gain knob a little down. All right, give me a second. Yeah. All right. Big
Hope that works.
hump. What's up, dude?
What's up, brother? So I got a better streaming setup over this weekend. Actually, yesterday, Brian helped me out a lot. So I apologize because we just did our podcast on Friday and it was potato quality, but whatever. It's all good.
Dude,
Well,
you're
I
looking
have to,
crispy.
Yeah, very crispy, very warm, very
All
nice.
right,
I feel
like
like
that.
it's cold. I gotta change it. Hold on. Let me stop real quick.
Dude, Humphrey, how's your night been, man? And also, can you introduce yourself to anyone who doesn't know who you are?
Naked down 10%. I
Yeah,
don't give a
man,
fuck
so-
about nothing.
My name is Humphrey, clearly, and I make videos. I'm sorry.
Oh,
it's
wait.
7:30 here,
So I should be
but,
losing money on
I
SoFi
make
then.
YouTube videos and TikTok videos, and I used to work in mobile video games. That's pretty much it. I like finance. I loved keeping up on this whole situation. It's very fascinating.
Where is
to me.
Naked?
I'm long GameStop, Nokia, and AMC.
Wow, at the very bottom.
I'm still holding a lot of that. And then I actually have something for the chat if they want to look at this cool thing that I have. It's a picture of the moon.
Oh, that's nice, man. You got this just for the stream, right? This is for the people?
Well, I had it already, but I'm going to put it in my background now.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah, full disclosure, I hold all three, AMC, GameStop, and Nokia. So I don't know if I have to say that, but yeah, so I'm coming from I guess the biased point of view, but yeah, I hold all three of those as well. Is that a DeLorean in the background?
Yeah, that's my Back to the Future posters. Anyways, what are you guys talking about this morning? What's going on?
Dude, we've covered a fair bit. So since Marco's joined on, we talked a little bit about market manipulation earlier. We talked about predictions on where we expect to see just the market go. We're talking about fundamentals of investing. And then I think the most important thing was exit strategy, allowing you to take out your initial investment so you can
Wait,
continue to
1394,
ride
is it
the
up or
upward
down?
gain without having to lose any
I think that's
risk.
way down, right?
Yeah, we've just been covering the topic so far. What did I miss, Margaret? Did I miss anything?
we talked about a lot. We also talked
Hey,
about
Robin Hood,
silver
keep
squeeze.
doing it.
I'm
Don't.
not gonna read
Oh,
all
now
of
you
them.
put it in. Oh, now you put it
Talking
in.
about a
Oh,
couple,
now they put it in.
tweet threads. One is that like most of the iShares Silver Trust is owned by Wall Street
Now
anyway,
they
so you're
put
just
it
pumping
in.
their bags. So congrats on that.
When did I get
And
in?
then
I must
also
have just
talking
got
about
in
how the
there.
Hunt brothers in the 70s and 80s tried to corner
I
the
had to
silver
just get
market by
in.
using
Oh, you got in
futures, and
at.
it kind of just went back and bit them in the butt.
Wait,
So
I got
it's
in an
something
hour
like
ago?
$1.7 billion, but in 80s money, not like 2020s money. So kind
Right.
of crazy.
Dude, apparently
That's
GME halted.
That's pretty interesting. That's interesting, Marco, because I don't know that much about
Yeah,
silver.
it had to just
I
go
know
in.
that I
It
don't
had
really
to
like
just
it
go in.
that much,
45
but I
minutes
didn't
ago.
know the history of it. So
3 minutes
Guys,
ago,
we got
actually.
breaking
that research is
news.
pretty valuable. Breaking news. Let's hear it.
Apparently GME has halted their trading. I'm trying to see.
Because it's gone down.
What's
It's gone
going
down
down?
like $100 in the last.
Yeah, they stopped GME. GME is not working. GME is suspended. What platform is this, guys?
Oh yeah, it's tanking.
Let me see.
Yeah, since basically 9:30ish, 9:35ish.
Let me see how Naked must be doing good there.
Jeez. Hold GME. GME halted. GME.
Wait, Tesla, are you
Let me
doing
take a
really
look,
good
guys.
today?
Let me throw it up on the screen. I actually don't have a position in GME, so I don't get notifications on my phone for any type of strong movements like this. Share screen. GME
Wait, how much are
currently at
you?
$213.07. It is down 34%.
Oh, was it
of the
880?
day.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing comments on short ladder attacks, rest in peace, RIP,
Yeah, it was at
RIP.
80. Put it in immediately, please.
So, guys, could this be the fall of GME? Do we hit the top and are people selling out? What do you think is going on in the comments?
Nobody's selling out.
Let us
That's
know.
them doing damn manipulation right now.
Low volume ladder.
Do you mind if I share a poll, Brian?
Oh, let's go. Yeah, definitely. Go ahead, bro.
This was the one that I was talking about earlier in the stream. So this came out today at like 8:50 a.m. Eastern time.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me get it loaded up.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, go ahead and share your screen if you haven't done that already.
Yep,
We go.
I
See
am.
it.
So I think this is interesting to talk about right now because this was that poll that I was referring to. So basically, this has almost 3,000 votes since maybe a couple hours ago, not even. And basically, GameStop starts the week at 325. Where will it end the week? And basically, you had two like diametrically opposed like cohorts here. You have on one end of the spectrum greater than $500, on the other end of the spectrum less than 150, and then everything else in the middle. But it's pretty interesting that the number one vote was 33.7% for it being less than 150. But I just think that where it's kind of moving right now, this was interesting to bring up. So nothing special, but it just gives you a sentiment of like 3,000 other people that are, voting on this kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a good data point. Chat, what do you guys think down below? What do you think the direction of GME, sorry. Where do you think the direction of GME is headed for this? What do you guys think?
Boom, bang, boom. Put
So I'm
a little
seeing
bit
some
more in there. Why
I'm
not?
seeing hold. I'm seeing.
Wait, do I almost own a
climbing
share?
back.
No, you don't. You don't.
Diamond
54.
hands. Hold the line. Sweet.
Dude, how about the memes, bro? Can we talk about the memes for a minute?
Gosh,
Did you
they're
see these Lord of
hilarious.
the Rings memes, dude? I was literally crying on the toilet, dude. I'm taking a crap, dude. Too much information. My buddy texts me, dude. I play this thing. I'm like dying, dude. It's just like.
Bro, I want to play the Avengers one. That was the one that I love the most, man. Let me see if I can pull that one up. I don't want to get copyrighted, so.
28,000 people know that Marco is taking a dump today.
Yeah.
I'm watching that.
Look at that meme. Guys, drop a
This is
like for that. Drop a like. Drop a like for some
but, hey,
epic information.
Give me some poop emojis. Hey, give me some poop emojis for the like. Come on.
All right, so guys, we have some pretty cool guests lined up for later. Justin O wants to go ahead. He's going to join us in about 30 minutes as well. He's an ex-hedge fund analyst. He's been a part of this.
I put a little bit in all of them, so I
Get
am
my
not pissed
boy
off
Bruce
if any of
on
them fall
here.
through. If all of
Bruce,
them fall
are you
through,
sleeping?
all of them fall
I'm
through.
gonna hit up Bruce too because I miss Bruce.
Yeah,
I want to hear what he's had to say.
Yeah, where's Bruce at, man?
I don't
He's a
know,
regular.
dude. He's a family man too, man. He's got kids. So I just texted Bruce, and then we have one interesting. So this is a viewer of the stream. He's actually a multi-millionaire millennial, and I actually went ahead and did the due diligence. I actually saw his stock trading account, dude. So this guy had a salary of $40,000 to $80,000, and he has a book already published on Amazon. He may come on in about 30 to 45 minutes sharing his perspective on this, because he has some very large positions on this whole situation going on. Okay, Bruce just got into the office. He says give him a few minutes. Sweet. Yeah, Marco, I'm seeing a ton of poop emojis, man. The people are listening. The people are with you. They are all about the movement. Literally, they are about the movement. We're talking different type of movements out here. Okay. So, guys, let me take a look at some of the super chats that we got. Burke H says, "What do you think about BNGO?" Guys, Marco, Humphrey, do you have any thoughts on that? I don't know too much about that stock. If not, we can move on to.
No, I haven't heard of BNGO or SNDL, and I know a lot of people are talking about those two, but I got to do more research. What about you, Marco?
I see BNGO on Twitter all the time, but I'll be honest, I've not done my due diligence on it, so I can't speak intelligently about it.
Bio-Nano Genomics is a life sciences instrumentation company which focuses, on genome analysis space. The firm engages in the development and marketing of Sapphire System, a platform for ultra-sensitive and ultra-specific structural variation detection that enables researchers and clinics to accelerate the search for new diagnostics and therapeutic targets and to streamline cytogenics. What the heck is this? We're going to need Justin O.
I just went way over my head. Yeah, we need Justin for that one.
I believe this is what ARC, if you guys don't know the ETF with Kathy Woods, this is what they're trying to enter. Genomics, it's not a genome analysis. It's not a space that I'm necessarily familiar with. So please don't listen to me if you hear me say anything about this. I don't know anything about genomes. If I have any genome experts, comment down below what you guys think. But Ivan Despen says, listen to Tendy Man. Eugene Lim, he says, bought GME at 343. Do I hold? Dude, I can't give anyone here financial advice, man. But if it's dipped down this low, you just got to know what type of strategy you have. What do you think, Marco? It looks like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think that we mentioned this earlier, but for the people just joining us, you always need to have an exit strategy in mind when you get into these trades. You know, is it a swing trade? Is it a long-term hold? You know, are you just flipping it for the day? Are you day trading it? Like, what's your plan? So typically what I do is, since I'm a medium to long-term holder on most of the stuff that I invest in, other than some speculative stuff, I always go into it with either a percentage that I have in mind or a target price per share, excuse me. So I think once you do that, you go into everything with a clear head, and you don't want to FOMO into everything. But again, it's about getting in at the right time, obviously. Buying low, selling high, kind of a thing.
Guys, I'm going to go ahead and drop these two guys' channel links in the description of this video. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Subscribe to this channel as well. We've been doing some investment news, covering all of the things involving the short squeeze over the past week. So go ahead and do that. Also, Humphrey, are you using a manual lens right now? Or is that auto?
Is it not focused?
It's a little. It
should be auto. It should be autofocused.
Click on the. Actually, I don't know how you're. What are you using? A6400, you said?
A72.
I feel like it's on, like the mug.
I feel
or
like
the
it
mic.
is blurry.
Yeah, it's on the. I feel like. Yeah.
The depth of field is like way closer to the camera. Or far away. I can't even tell. What do you?
Yesterday it was good. Yesterday was good, right? Remember when we were
it might
chatting?
also be because we're like cropped the hell in. I cropped these images so we don't even have the black bars on the video. But it's
Nice.
true. How does it
Yeah,
look,
I
chat? Autofocus on the mug. That's the autofocus.
Oh.
Might help. Canon, man. Canon for life, Humphrey.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
it's not-
It's just my.
You
You
two are
guys
both
can deal with
Sony
it for a
users.
little
Hey,
bit.
that's why you don't invest that
What's up,
much.
Sony?
See, I'm good.
Yeah, I got the
pretty
A6400, but it's
solid,
all
as long
about
as they
the
stay
lens,
consistent.
buddy. You need
Yeah.
the crispy lens, the Sigma.
I mean, I got it now,
I
so
got the
I'm.
G Master on
The
there.
AMC goes up to 30, like everybody
That's
wants.
good. So Sigma,
Yeah,
G
it's,
Master,
Solid.
any of the kit lens with even like a very low f-stop, I would say. But my camera is actually not even full frame, dude. I'm using the Canon M50.
Nice.
Let me check if my autofocus is on. That's probably the reason.
Okay. Ryan, change your light temp. And man, I don't want to mess with my thing right now, but maybe I gotta add.
And both of them just
Oh, my
skyrocketing back up. What the hell?
Blue. I want to do green. Green would be cool. I'll do that like in my little interim break. Alrighty, guys. This chat currently has 25,000 viewers with 15,700 likes. You guys have not yet hit that like button. Go ahead and do that. We're going to try to hit 20,000 likes on this video. 20,000 likes. That'll be amazing.
Let's go.
All right. Everyone's saying, hold the line, hold the line, hold the line. I want to go over some memes, dude. Memes are so funny, man.
They're so good. Memes are just the easiest way to communicate, man. It's the easiest
Yeah.
way to get your point across. It's through pictures, through comedy. It always works.
Agreed. Yeah,
Hey,
Mark,
I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. I gotta run upstairs real quick.
go ahead, man. Just chime back in whenever you're back.
Will do. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Jump. Oh,
I'm back, but I don't know if that fixed it, man.
let's take a look, Humps.
Yeah, don't pick me at all.
People are saying, how long do we have to hold? Guys, we're not financial advisors. We're not recommending you a position to exit, hold, take your money out for profit, or take your money out on losses. This is not what this channel is about. We're talking strictly about what we're seeing for entertainment purposes only. And Humphrey, you fixed it. What did you fix, dude? How'd you do that?
I don't know. I didn't do anything, dude.
Oh, shoot.
I think it's just the cropping
Yeah.
because on my full screen, on my little thumbnail full screen preview, I look pretty good, but I think it's just the cropping.
Okay. All right. So, guys.
Damn, is it 20%
thank
today?
you for returning.
Oh,
Thank you for
2%, okay.
returning. Let's see how this goes, man. Right now,
Well,
the,
that's good for
portfolio
me.
of mine. We'll do a review on that. And
I think that's
add
what
my
I'm going to keep
screen.
up.
Sure,
That's kind of the
we'll do
goal.
some,
Where most of your portfolio
super
should be something
chats.
that you know
The
is
super chats are
solid.
coming in hot.
ETFs.
GameStop, by the way, back to 250 right now.
250.
Yeah, it's recovering slightly.
Okay, sweet. All right, guys. So my portfolio is still up
1.5.
2% for the day. At market open, we did see an $11,000
Hey,
increase.
green cross board,
Man,
baby.
with the volatility right now and the way AMC is breaking,
I mean, if we green cross the board, I don't really give a
$13.99,
fuck with these other weird things
man,
you're doing.
at the start of $17, I don't know why. This always happens. We start the market so strong in the aftermarket hours, and then pre-market, it hits its high. We haven't seen $17 in a while. It was actually close to the last time we exited. And as soon as market opens, it just struggles to stay up, dude. $14, come on. So, you know what I might start doing? I'm going to start changing my strategy. And I'm going to be very vocal about this on stream because I originally had my limit sell for $35. I'm waiting for this thing to hit the moon. I did put 20 G's of my own money, so I'm still up $16,754. But I'm going to do a strategy that some of you guys, if you want, you can follow along with me on this too. It's going to negate your reward. Right? You're going to negate your reward. So what this is literally start dollar cost averaging out your initial investment so you just keep the gain. Now, I understand that we're all passionate about the movement and everything going on, but I'm also very passionate about my people. I'm passionate about you guys making the right financial choices and knowing what options you have at play. So I'm going to start doing different things. We bought $10,000 worth of AMC on stream. We bought Doge, but we haven't actually sold anything, right? And I don't want to sell my entire position because I'm still really confident that something like this is going to go up. It's only Monday. As the days go on, the positions have to be covered, right?
Mm-hmm.
The institutions, what they may be doing right now is holding off as long as possible in order to get people to start panic selling and pulling out of their investments. But at the same time, I said this earlier, the movement is everything right now in order for us to get started with this, in order for us to make money. But the movement is not going to be here for the people after we start seeing the dip off and people start cashing out. Okay? The best analogy was the falling knife. I want to make sure that I place that knife as high as possible in terms of the gains I can get where I cash out. But as soon as that thing starts to fall, you got to know when to catch that again. So, we're going to see where this goes throughout the day, guys. I've been doing lives for like 7-8 hours every freaking day. So it's been absolutely crazy, man. But Humphrey, how do you feel about the whole situation, man? How do you think?
Let's talk about your portfolio first because you're heavily invested. You're 20K deep into AMC.
Yeah.
And a lot of people will hold, and holding is fine. And but you got to be somewhat prudent because at the end of the day, if you're going to lose like a house, like let's say you're up 600K at GameStop or something, and that house is now in jeopardy because you you held for too long, that's not good. Obviously, keep some if you want to hold it and stick with the movement. But money's money at the end of the day, and we only have 25,000 people watching. There's millions of other people trading this right now, and they don't give. They might not give an F about the movement, right? Like they're probably looking out for themselves too, and you can see that reflected in the trading activity last week. So look out for yourselves, but also if you want to stick it to the man, keep some long, and that's basically what I've done. I've kept some long for the movement to be part of history, but I'm also financially prudent, and you want to make sure that you at least capture some of the gains. I think that it's only prudent. You don't want to be like YOLOing and then all of a sudden you got nothing at the end of the day. I would hate to see that happen too. Or worse, you've lost money because of this, right? And so now you've actually given money back to said bad people. Chat might not like my opinion on that, but that's I think is what the responsible thing to do here is.
I mean, realistically, like I do see this going up a lot more than where we're at right now, and it's amazing to see what we've been able to do so far. I'm like reading the comment right now too. Like, guys, if you want to hate on my decision, like, don't follow my trades, right? This is all something that I've been planning for the past 3-4 days. Just moving forward and understanding exactly where the market is headed. Right
Paper
now.
hands.
We are at Monday. We are at Monday. I've had my limit placed.
Hashtag paper hands, bro. We don't want to hear them excuses.
But don't follow
Hold
my
the
trades,
line.
and don't look at me for any type of financial advice. And right now, I know a lot of people. I think it's easy to go on these live streams and just say what everyone wants to hear, right? Because some people may be down in these positions and they're just gonna cry, in the chat right now. But there are some people who have a lot more significant holdings.
Damn. Okay, AMC. I see you.
Do have the right information and don't get lost in the emotions either. So, yeah, man. I mean, at the moment, I'm still holding.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. It's kind of a tough situation to kind of navigate, I think. And we want to be as transparent as possible, but we also want to be with chat. So it's like, we want both things. But above all else, we really just care about the chat and the people watching because, you guys are a community right now, and you guys have been tuning into Brian for the last 4 or 5 days, and that really matters to us. So,
yeah, that's perfectly put. And guys, I did take out my Robinhood links out of my videos. So the main reason why I had that was clearly stated. It was the 4 free stocks, but that promotion actually ended today, so I don't see any other benefit. If you guys didn't like them, you could have gone 4 free stocks if you were part of this live, and then completely sell them if you didn't like them. And there's no account minimum, so you literally would have gotten free money. That's all gone now because there really is no promotion, or there's no 4 free stock promotion anymore. But yeah, dude, I'm seeing the chat, guys. I'm seeing the holds. I'm seeing that. Okay, we're all getting the same thing that we've gotten this entire time. If I do get paper hands, which I don't know if I'll consider that, man. If it's an educated decision on trying to factor out my initial investment, would you consider, is that still the definition? Like, do I need to call my hands paper hand junk? Is that what's going on? Let me know, chat. Be real about it. Making an account now. What program do you recommend? We got Webull. I'm sure they're still allowing trades. I know Fidelity's a popular one that we've been talking about on stream as well.
I opened up one at Schwab the other day on Friday. I'm just waiting for that to kind of like settle through.
Yeah, guys. So no, I'm not nervous at all because my initial investment is still positive, right? What I put in at the $20,000, it can dip down into the single digits and I'll still make a profit. I'm not negative on my investment at all, actually. So regardless of whichever direction this is up at, even at the $14 range, I'm up $17,000, okay? So it's just all about knowing how much is enough for you, And y'all, like, talking to other people, not knowing the exit strategy is really the area where those people may get burned the most. It'll be amazing for us to see this hit $100, $200, and if it does, dinner or something on me. We'll be partying in Mexico after all of this happens, and then we'll be having a good time because we'll be having some super stupid multi-millionaires came out of nowhere just like me, and it'll be absolutely amazing. But yeah, Ryan, So someone says, Brian,
I mean,
take half of your gains out. Do make sure that the audience knows too how to invest responsibly. I like the stock. Innovia, I don't know what that is. AMC to the moon. This is war. This is war. Yeah.
I'd love to know how much chat is up too. Like overall, chat should be up on all of their trades, especially this week. Like,
Yeah,
I
guys.
think you guys should be all profiting.
Are you guys positive right now? Like, how are you on your individual trades? Someone said not paper, just aluminum foil. dude, I will rank down. I don't want to be paper though. Paper's mean, man. I'll take aluminum foil.
Aluminum's all right.
Chat, how are you guys on your positions? Are you overall up or down? Down, negative, no. Buy and hold, no. Negative. So it looks like a majority of the people did enter. I would say, if you're down now, you guys probably entered like the $15 mark. I feel like that's got to be the average cost by most people. Negative.
For AMC, like they probably entered on Wednesday, Thursday.
So we got Bruce and Marco back in here as well. I said Barco. Marco, welcome back, my man. I told chat that I'm considering a dollar cost average reinvestment of mine. I'm up $17,000 right now for my AMC position, and I'm getting aluminum foil hand comments, man. But I asked chat right now, are they negative or positive on their initial investment, just to gauge what people are at? And it looks like a majority of people's portfolios are down at $14. Guys, what is your entry point? Most of this is anonymous too, so you're good. What has your entry point been? 13, 16, 14, 20, 14, 15, 17, 14. Okay, so it looks like middle of the way AMC went in. Guys, I went in at $4. I want people to understand that. I've been luckily positive on my gain. But before I do make any type of trades that classify me as aluminum hands jung, I will be holding. And if we do take this, I will take the full blast from WallStreetBets community. Y'all can slap me in the face of the screen with the slap emoji and do whatever you want. But I do want to make sure that people who are in these short squeezes make good financial decisions. All right? It'll be more than this. And Marco, actually, I feel like you're the perfect person to ask about this. This is not the one and only opportunity in terms of making money investing, right?
No, absolutely not. I think Humphrey would agree with me to where when you invest, you should do it for the long term, just because historically the market has returned anywhere from like 7 to 10% annual ROI over many, many decades. So that should be your core portfolio first. And then again, you should leave a slice of that portfolio or net worth up to fun days like this, whether it's for Bitcoin, whether it's for, speculative trades like this. I think that's the easiest way to not blow up your account. I think I've done some research here, and I see these Google trends of like how call options and options trading has just like hockey sticked in growth, meaning that it's like more popular than ever. And people have to realize that, if you really know what you're doing, options are typically used as a hedge for a certain position that you enter. It's not meant to be the entire position itself, but this week shows that I'm 100% wrong, because I think that Roaring Kitty or whatever his name was, the person, Deep Value, the person that actually started this whole GameStop trade, if you will, about a year ago, he's up, I think, like $30-40 million. So, I can say what I'm 100% wrong, but I think for the average everyday person, it may not be the best way to go, with your strategy 100%. But I think outside of just equities, I know this whole stream is about, stocks and stuff. The biggest builder of wealth historically has been real estate. So there's more dumb millionaires made from real estate. And when I say dumb millionaires, these are people that are just everyday people that just became millionaires via real estate. I think it's an easier way to become a millionaire, but that's not to say that you can't have all this stuff in your portfolio. So my personal portfolio, I'm shooting for like 40% real estate, 35% equities, and then the rest is cash, Bitcoin, gold, bonds, things like that.
That's a great way to put it, guys. And I am seeing the short ladder comments that we're getting hit from these institutions at this moment too. It looks like they're not going to back down, and it looks like it's not going to be an easy ride up, but I'm still pretty confident that we are going to reach some better numbers. Now, let me show you guys exactly where AMC started today and where it's at right now. This is not predictive in any way on what the current trend is. This is just what we're seeing with the market. And I want to have Bruce on here too because he has a solid portfolio at GME. I don't know if what he's doing on his position. So, Bruce, let me send you an email on this position. But AMC is at $13.83 now. It was actually at $17 earlier today. I'm telling you, man, it starts out strong, but then like over time, man, we just get hit over and over again. So if we do see any taper off where it starts to increase, maybe around the $14.50, $15 line, I think that'll be a great place to even start.
And I apologize. I think I called Humphrey Bruce. My bad. I don't know why I did that.
That's okay. We look the same. Messing with you.
Hey, whose stream is this? Is this Humphrey's, right?
This is Humphrey's stream. Humphrey John.
Am I on Bruce's channel?
Okay, guys. Humphrey, if you see any of the super chats, could you read them out while I send over some of these invitations?
Yeah, for sure. Let me see if I see any. I got Metro Fetus. Most of the market is coming down at the moment. Hold MFs. Don't get scared. We have the whole week. All right.
That's what I like too, guys. Monday is not the only day. I think everyone knows this. We're expecting to see this battle continuing over this week. It is not. Friday and Monday have not been the set dates where, oh, we're going to see this hit the moon on Monday. Monday is going to be the day. Many people want to throw their predictions out, but we can continue to see this rise over time throughout this week.
Yeah, I think that if you still see GameStop and AMC being pretty stable today, the movement's not over, right? And the short squeeze is still possibly on because the short interest is still higher than 100% on GameStop, especially. I got another super chat. It's Charlie Beeman. He got in GME 3 weeks ago. He's up 100K on 2K initial investment. Wow,
Jeez.
that's a 50x right there. Sold calls and bought shares early last week. That's what he said. So,
Let's go. Congrats on that gain so far, man.
Good on you, mate. That was a $5 super chat. The next one I expect is a $100 one because you're up 100K. I'm just messing with you. You know, just messing with them. All right. Next one, Jay Pronk, 10 euros. With token number 4 pair and Uniswap backed with Ethereum stake and make interest. Total DeFi. If Ethereum goes up, Wise goes up. What do you think of this? To be honest, I did not understand the super chat. Let's see here. Wise token number 4 pair and Uniswap backed with Ethereum stake. I gotta look up what Wise token number 4 is, but this comment was appreciated. You guys know what Wise token is? I actually don't know what the Wise token is. I'm just looking it up right now.
I feel like I've seen that so much in the chat lately. Chat, y'all heard of Wise token? Stay strong, Brian. Ignore them. Don't worry, guys. I stay strong.
Okay, someone said to check the short interest super chat. Sorry, I gotta find this one. Check the short interest on GameStop because he thinks it updated under 100%. So I'm gonna try to find that for you guys in the next 2 minutes here.
Plus 11K crystallized. Happy to chat. I'm a cinematographer. This is just my hobby. Open Filmmakers Talk. Open Filmmakers Talk. Just send me an email, brianjohncredit@gmail.com, and then send me like some type of portfolio or something that you have. I got to make sure I do my DD on people that I bring on here.
Hey, have you guys discussed the bots or potential like propaganda within WallStreetBets, the actual forum itself?
Dude, I've been hearing a lot about that, man.
I almost think the silver thing is a bot thing, dude. That was the dumbest call ever.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of people are saying. Yeah, before you jumped on this live stream with Brian and myself, I went through a whole thread of saying, like, you know, it's mostly Wall Street, you know, holding this stuff. So I think there's a lot of propaganda too. And also I follow the Bitcoin subreddit, and before Bitcoin like really blew up, I would see like a lot of these comments, and even after it blew up, it's like, oh, I paid off my house and this and this and this. It was almost like teaching people to sell Bitcoin. It was, and these posts, it seemed so like perfectly like articulated, you know, paragraphs, you know, like perfect spacing. You know, it's not like a typical Reddit post where it's like, you know, kind of just a little bit unorganized. It just seemed way too like off. You know, you kind of got this gut feeling. That's what I'm kind of seeing in the WallStreetBets subreddit as well lately.
this is kind of scary because the media can be so, even traditional and social media can be so manipulated by bots that you don't even know what's real and what's not. And some of the screenshots you even see on WallStreetBets, like they're not real either. Like some of them are Photoshop. So you really got to just kind of take it with a grain of salt and try to sift through the noise. And that's true of any media, right? Like not just social media. If you're watching CNN all day, you're going to become radically left. If you watch Fox News all day, you're going to be radically right. It just happens because the more you go into that rabbit hole, the more you find out about, you know, this and that and this type of theory and this type of theory. And so you kind of want to stay informed on both sides. Same with social media, right? Like silver, like I saw this silver thing and I was like, when did we start talking about silver? Like it was GameStop, AMC, maybe Nokia, BlackBerry, that's it. And all of a sudden silver entered the chat, and then Dogecoin is a distraction too. It's like, if you guys want to stick it to the hedge funds, you should really just pile into one. But obviously I can't tell you guys to do that because that would be collusion of some sort. But you know what I mean, right? Like a lot of distractions out there right now.
Yeah, so the biggest question is, have we hit the squeeze on GMC or GME and AMC? I'm sorry. GME and AMC. I think that's the main question. Have we been squeezed? We like orange juice right now. I'm seeing the comments right now. No squeeze yet. No squeeze yet. We got to see the squeeze. Yeah, so that's what it's all about. We should be seeing. Oh, we got Bruce in here too. Bruce, what's going on, man? I see you in here. So we got another legend in here. Bruce was actually with me on as an OG in these live streams. Let's get Bruce in here. Yeah, we still haven't. So that's the most promising thing about this entire situation. We haven't actually seen the full squeeze. It may come very, very soon. Bruce, what's going on, man? Welcome to the live. How you been, man? Long time no see.
Thanks for having me on again, guys. Thanks for having me on.
What's up,
nice
Bruce?
to see you guys. Humphrey, Marco, what's up?
What up? What up? Look at you with the triple dark cold brew nitro oxide.
This is what's keeping me alive right now. This is what's keeping me alive.
No milk or
go.
anything in that. That's just straight. It looks like it's just straight black
Straight
coffee,
black.
man.
Hey, cheers, boys. Cheers. Brian, you got a drink,
Cheers.
dude?
Where's my
Non-alcoholic.
mug? Cheers,
A little
guys.
ginseng. I'm taking a page out the Asian book. I got the ginseng tea, dude.
To the
Ginseng
moon.
I got black
Yeah.
coffee, man. I don't know what you guys
I
doing.
got black tea. Black tea.
Okay. You guys are tea on the right, coffee on the left over here.
Someone said, "OMG, it's the dividend guy."
It's me. All about them dividends.
Bruce has a strong dividend portfolio prior to us getting sucked into the movement and entering these positions. Bruce, how has GME been today, man? I know GME's taking a little bit of hit.
GME's crashing right now.
Yeah, dude. You still
So from the last time I looked, it was like at 380. Now it's
Yeah.
like at 220.
yeah.
Crazy.
So yeah, today it's down 25%. Man, the chat is claiming this as another buying opportunity because we're expecting to see another squeeze and we're still fighting the institutions on this. What do you think about that, Bruce? You think we've seen the full effects of the squeeze yet?
I don't think we saw the full effect of the squeeze at all. I think this is just another short ladder attack. We've seen a few of these last week. I think the first one happened on Monday. That one didn't work. Obviously, the GME rallied, and then we saw another one a few days later after that on Thursday. So this is just another one of the tactics that short sellers use, these hedge funds use, and not really surprised. I thought this would happen on Friday, but it didn't happen.
That's the
today.
thing, man. Yeah, so it looks like, bro, and I've been telling people this since the beginning too. After market hours, we always see a rise up, but I also think it's within like other people who are like quote unquote part of this movement. As soon as it hits their solid numbers that they sell, because I saw this in the comments too, they sell and then they re-enter the position at $13. What you should be doing if you really are part of the movement and you want to resist the short ladder attacks you're getting, you want to hold the line. And that's what we've been saying this entire time. Hold the line on this. Now, guys, this is not financial advice anyways, but this is exactly what we've been talking about in order to progress this. The squeeze essentially has not yet happened. AMC still has a strong possibility of going $50, $100, and even past that. Now, the question is, can AMC be the next GME? Can we see a massive increase? What do you guys think? Chat, what do you guys think too? And then homies on the stream, what do you guys think?
I have a friend who says that Volkswagen was still squeezed with only 11 to 14% short interest. So even if short interest is down on GameStop, I think I just read an article on Bloomberg that short interest is down to like 31%. It still sets it up for an opportunity there, and I could definitely see this short ladder attack happening. Bruce, would you actually say it might be a good time to buy some if you see it dip down to a certain level, or is this kind of like let's just hold and see what happens if you already have a position?
Personally, I would not buy right now just because I'm already all in with how much I want to be all in with.
Got it. Yeah.
That's just personally for myself. I do see like potentially because could be another big rally. You know, there's just so much GME in the media right now. Everybody's pushing it. Everybody's trying to rally behind it. So it's hard to say, but
hard to
just
say.
personally, I will not buy right now.
Sorry to put you on the spot like that.
No, it's cool.
It's gonna go up, but I don't know what's gonna happen. But it's gonna go up.
It's going up.
But I think
It's
like
just going
with,
up, boys. No matter what I do, it's gonna go up. I mean, yeah, it's at okay. So AMC is at 14.49. I know people are saying AMC is not the move. GME's GME's the move. AMC is the distraction. I don't know, man. It's interesting. When Bruce and I started this, Bruce was GME, I was AMC since the beginning. So we've been kind of like on both sides in order to see like, you know, what's going on. And I think audiences can really resonate with either of us depending on which position they have too. So do you think AMC could be the next GME, Bruce? Like I don't know, man.
I personally think anything that happens with GME, AMC is going to follow right behind it.
Yeah.
So if there's going to be a big run up with GME, AMC is going to follow along, and then if there's going to be a big crash, AMC is going to be right there, right behind it.
Yeah.
How do you
My
think
dumbass bought.
changed? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. I said my dumbass bought $5,000 worth of Nokia at like the very high on Wednesday. So I got some Nokia. Nobody talks about Nokia, man. It's left out, brother. But it's okay.
Yeah, Nokia's left out, man. BlackBerry, I want to see a little bit of rally behind that too, dude. I got 10 G's in BlackBerry right now.
Yeah, I still hold all three: AMC, GameStop, and Nokia. How do you guys think this week has changed analysis in general? Like, are people becoming more momentum traders now? I mean, just throw intelligent investor out the window. Like that's like junk now in 2021, right?
Yeah, man. I feel like if you go to school and you're like, I know the quantitative analysis and the PE ratio, like they'll be bullied by all the Wall Street bet traders and be like, get out of here, man.
The story, the Virgin hedge fund trader versus the Chad Wall Street.
Yeah,
bets
dude.
trader.
Dude, we're seeing like such a strong shift right now in the entire investing culture. So I don't know, man. With the way I see chat, bro, if I mention even anything about that's not even diamond or vibranium hands, like chat gets upset, yo. So I feel like it is on that momentum, bro. I feel like the technical aspect of stock investing is losing the that fundamental core that usually held most investors into actually entering these positions. What do you guys think? Agree or disagree with me?
I think that anybody that got into the stock market in the last, like, ever since March 2020, they think they're the smartest people ever to exist on the market right now. You know, they're gain, like, whatever they bought between now and then, like, they're probably up, like, at least 20, 30%, you know? So it's hard to say, like, for everybody that's been in the game longer, like, you know, 3, 4, 5 years longer, we know this is not normal. This is not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Bruce, I'm gonna put your stream in my guys. Go to Bruce's stream too. Okay, show him some love because I've been hogging all of this airtime too. His is in the link in the description of this video right now too under Bruce Wing. I just got to save it and check out Humphrey and Marco as well. I'm gonna go ahead and add them into the description of this video. Go subscribe to the channels when you guys have some time to do that as well.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Bruce, because I have tons of friends on social media. They're always sharing their freaking stock gains from March 2020. They're like, I'm up 40% this year. I'm like, no shit, or no duh, dude. Everybody's up like 40%.
That'll be $5, Humphrey. That'll be $5 that I lost in AdSense revenue. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
The swear jar.
But yeah, you know what I mean? It's like I know you're up, dude. You should be up. and everyone's up, which is good, but that's not every year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, guys, we're at 25,000 concurrent viewers at the time of this recording. We may surpass a total of 500,000 views again for this day. Maybe something close to 750K views would be absolutely insane. I have a huge favor to ask anyone new to this stream. Go ahead and drop a like down below on this video. We're at 16,997 likes. Let's get to 20,000 likes on this video so the algorithm does push it up. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and subscribe to every single one of these boys here. And I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. If you have any suggestions, let us know down below in the chat. I'm taking a look at it right now. I also know who's going to go ahead and mention as well. So thank you all so much for tuning by this stream. I know it is a Monday morning, brand new month, guys, February 1st of 2020. Let's go, man. So Jurgen Ortiz says, educate people about the stock taxes. Ooh, okay. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I feel like we're all excited to take this. I'm gonna let Marco start with this because Marco, I know you love. We always have conversations about taxes and stuff.
Yeah, first and foremost, I hate taxes. I hate paying them. But if I can identify as anything in 2021, I know people are like picking genders and stuff. I identify as a non-taxpayer. That's what I would like to identify as. All joking aside, so with any investment, I'm not a CPA. This is not financial advice. I'm just a guy on YouTube. But basically, you have short-term capital gains. You have long-term capital gains. Anything that happens within a year. Say I buy, Tesla today. I make, $100 on it. Sell it tomorrow. I have to pay a short-term capital gain on that $100 gain. Okay, so that's usually taxed as regular income. So depending on whatever your tax bracket is, if you're a multi-millionaire, you make millions of dollars a year, you're going to be in the highest tax bracket, and then it can only go down from there. Now, if I did that same trade and I made $100, but I sold it a year and a day later, or even a year later, that's considered a long-term capital gain, which is then subject to less taxes. It could be anywhere from, I believe, 0 to 15 to 25%. It's either one of those three categories. So depending on what your income level is, that's what the amount of percentage you're going to pay in long-term capital gains. The way it's designed like that is because the IRS wants you to hold equities longer instead of kind of like day trading. So like, if we made a ton of gains or percentage gains or ROI on these like positions that we're holding, which I have on AMC, you're going to have to pay those taxes at regular income if you sell it within a year. So just understand there's short-term capital gains, long-term capital gains.
Humphrey, Bruce, what do you guys think in terms of taxes? And you can start with just what your experience has been.
So for me personally, I think I have a Roth IRA, and that's where I like to put a lot of my dividend stocks. That's the place where you can, try to save money on taxes because in a Roth IRA, you can pay the taxes first on your income, and then whatever you put in and whatever grows, all the dividends you get, it'll grow tax-free. And then when you retire around 65 or 59 and a half, you can take it out and you just live off of that. So that's one way to save money on taxes.
Okay, how would you? Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to explain what a Roth is. Guys, do you know what a Roth is? Comment down below, chat. Yes or no, if that's clear. The investments or the trading that we're doing right now is not meant to be in a Roth just because if you are going to take it out early, you're not going to get the full advantage. With the Roth, you do got to keep it in there. You do just got to let it sit. You got to let it marinate. Humphrey, do you have anything to add to the conversation of taxes and stocks?
No, just budget for taxes because like if you make 30K on AMC this week and then you withdraw it and you go buy like an AP Royal Oak or something like that, some super sick watch for 30K, well, you're gonna owe like 10K in taxes next year on it. So just know that if you withdraw a big profit, save about 35%, for taxes later, especially if you're selling within a year.
What's the easiest way?
You're looking at your. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brian. My bad.
Oh, no, you're good. I was just gonna say I asked Chad earlier what they think or if they have a clear idea of a Roth, and I'm getting a lot of mixed answers, yes and no. I was just gonna say, what is the easiest way you would put a Roth in order for regular people to understand without doing a 20-minute YouTube video like we usually do?
Well, you also have to realize that 7 out of 10 people watching this stream are overseas, so they may not have.
Oh, that's true too.
Right.
It's not called a Roth. So if they're in Canada, it's like H something. I forgot it. I'm not from Canada, but basically, The idea of a Roth is that you're investing, it's a vehicle to let your investments grow tax-free because you're investing into that vehicle with after-tax dollars. So when you get your paycheck, your salary, let's just call it, it's 100 grand a year. Well, you're not receiving $100,000 in income. You're receiving, let's call it 67,000 of that because, majority goes to local, state, federal, healthcare, Social Security, all that stuff. So when you get that 67 grand out of your paycheck or whatever your net income is and you invest in a Roth, that you're using after-tax dollars. So the Roth is just a vehicle. Picture it being a car. So the passengers inside the car are your investments, if that makes sense, the things you're actually investing in. So in Bruce's case, he's investing in dividend stocks, which is smart because the dividends are going to grow tax-free. So when he becomes 59 and a half, or even before then, he can pull out his principal, not his gains. But once he gets to 59 and a half, he doesn't have to pay taxes on the amount that's sitting in that Roth, which is smart.
Yeah, guys, Roth sounds confusing, or like I always, before I even entered as an investor, I thought it was. You got to know a Roth is so OP. It's one of the best things that you can start to do in order to compound your wealth. Another thing is it's not that hard. You literally just sign. Well, for me, what I did was I used Charles Schwab. I signed up for my account, and literally it just says like, you want to put this, like $6,000, which is max, into your Roth IRA account. After that, you're not done. You just buy a stock of whatever you think is going to go up. Recommended. Actually, Bruce and Marco probably know like the best in this. This is because what you do. Marco, do you want to share like what the best stocks would be considered for something like a Roth?
Well, it's no different than what you believe is what's going to go up. So, but it also depends on your risk tolerance. So, like if you want to put your retirement in the hands of GameStop stock, well, that's your choice. You could retire a bajillionaire or broke. So when it comes to Roths, you want to go with something that's been tried and proven. So typically there's target date funds. So a target date fund is basically you pick a target year of when you're going to turn like 65, aka retirement age. So in my case and in Humphrey's case, we're similar age, ours is probably like 2050, 2055, right around there. So the closer you get to that retirement date, that turns into bond heavy because bonds are inherently less risky than equities. Even though I'm not a fan of bonds at the moment, but I'm not going to get into that right now. But basically, the portfolio starts stock heavy, and it translates to bond heavy as you get closer to retirement because it's more conservative. That's what I have personally in my Roth. And then also you have ETFs and index funds, which is just a big basket of stocks like BT Stacks, total stock market, that kind of a thing. And then that's been a pretty tried and true method for building up a Roth portfolio. And there's also the 3-fund portfolio, where you have a total stock market fund, you have a total international market fund, and then you have a total bond market fund, and that's been pretty tried and true as well.
Yeah, guys. So I'm not a financial advisor in any way, but I'll tell you what I've been putting into my Roth. It's very unconventional. It's not something I recommend most people to do. But earlier, before we have seen Tesla just go up and up and up, I did put my positions into that just because I believe Tesla as a business is something that many people would argue it's undervalued still, but I still see it. It's called the sniper method. You choose one stock instead of diversifying. Not recommend financial advice. It's something I did. If I didn't do that, I would go into ETF, okay? And what I did was very I'm like rolling the dice on it. And to me, it's like, look, if I make money and it compounds like year after year, I want it to be a big amount. Like, I'm talking like in the next 5 years, like I want to see it much higher than your average ETF game would be. But if I were to recommend one, ARK is something that I would personally do. Sorry, not recommend to anyone, but ARK is what I would be interested in next. Their returns have been much better than your traditional index funds and other ETFs. So I'm going to do a quick lobby refresh. I know you guys have, dude, like we get in comments like love everyone on this stream right now. Marco, you're getting a lot of love too. Bruce, I've seen them shouting you out. Humphrey. So thanks, guys. We really appreciate. Yeah, please clip this segment. I have an editor who's going to watch 8 hours of videos every day in order to clip these segments. So hopefully he'll be able to get some of these down. But yeah, these are. Even if you know what a Roth is, there's still a lot of beginner investors, so we got 24,000 people. Chances are, I would say a good percentage is learning something new. These are things that you all have to know. If you go your whole life, like investing onto Robinhood, you're missing out on a lot of money compared to what you could have put into a Roth IRA that compounds over time. So A lot of the super chats are coming in. I do want to mention them as well. But before I do that, I want to introduce Justin. He has been one of our best analysts in terms of reading the data, the stocks, the technicals, and the fundamentals of it. So Justin, good morning or afternoon. I think you're in Cali, or no, you're in I think you're in Seattle.
He's in Nashville.
Nashville? Okay. Justin.
Hey guys, what's up?
How's it going, man? Dude, I don't even know what to say. What? So you're from Tennessee, right?
Well, no, I'm originally from Southern California. I cut my teeth on Wall Street. Like literally, my first job was 60 Wall Street, New York, 10001. And yeah, I moved from New York City to Nashville for a kind of a private equity style finance job. So I'm here now, I guess.
Yeah. So a lot of people are saying Justin's back, MVP. Yeah, dude, Justin, they like you. Brian's the OG. Thank you. Bruce the OG too. Man, make up your mind. Which one of us is the OG? Me. Yeah, we got
We're all the OG.
They saying the camera quality is fire today, guys. Yeah, you'll notice like compared to our first stream where I was like on with Bruce and I'm like I got my cell phone like on the mic and it's like the most like you guys will see an improvement in quality over time. The next thing I want to do is like get graphics and have like our name and like different borders around it. So if any of you guys are graphic designers who want to help the stream look even crispier, send me a DM or an email. The email is in my YouTube. I really appreciate all the graphic designers out here that have been helping out. So I think what the chat wants to see, I saw a question earlier, was like just checking out and observing short squeeze floats, or even an idea when all these calls have to be covered by the institutions. So Justin, if you have any data on that, no pressure now because I do have to go through some of the super chat. But if you have anything, okay,
I
sweet.
do.
Okay, so perfect.
So it's interesting. So the institutional data I have. So I saw last week. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, where basically on WallStreetBets, someone had posted a screenshot of the short interest for GME, so GameStop, and I think Humphrey, we had looked yesterday during the live stream together on FinViz, right, which is showing well over 100% short interest in GameStop. Now, I get an email from a person I know who is a hedge fund manager.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, and he's an awesome guy. He's like very, very smart. He's very innovation oriented. Probably sits more on the Kathy Wood ARC side of the house than the Vulture guys. And his data, and I double checked it with my data because I have a subscription to Sentio, is that half of the shorts have covered on GameStop. So we have two different, like the public data sources seem to suggest that the short interest is well over 100%. But some of the, like the Bloomberg terminal and Sentio terminals are showing that like as of a week or two ago, the short interest is something like 60 or 70%, still extremely high. But I'm not sure where the disconnect is. I mean, I know S3 Partners is publishing stuff. So I guess we could Google it together if you want to share your screen. But S3 Partners, short interest, GME. Here's a tweet 1 minute ago, so we can update ourselves. Here's what the pros see. Okay, well, it's hard to kind of see in real time, but I don't think the short interest is as high as possibly everybody is thinking, but it's still very, very high. My concern about what would keep GameStop. Remember, I said basically, and I know Sebi was on the show yesterday, and he predicted that this would kind of be more flat. And last I checked, he's kind of right. I think what would keep this from going to 1,000 is I think we've lost the gamma short squeeze because nobody's willing to write calls. So, but I think 60% is still good enough for a regular short squeeze. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, so I before you got on, I read a Bloomberg article that said the short interest was 31%, and so I don't know where the disconnect is with FinViz. Maybe it's outdated. And then my friend said that Volkswagen short squeeze still occurred with about 11 to 14% of short interest back in the day. So
yeah, and on the street, we've traditionally considered like 10 to 20% plus a high short interest. Like if you get to like 20% plus, that's high short interest. But yeah, I mean, so 30%. The Bloomberg's probably up to date today at 30%. So they're actively cutting and covering their shorts. So I don't really see where the rocket fuel comes from to drive this thing to $1,000 bucks a share. But I mean, again, anything can happen, right?
Yeah,
Do you guys
yeah.
wanna
But
see
what
some
do you
money
think?
on
Sorry, go ahead.
Finviz or anything? Oh, go ahead, Humphrey. My bad. There's a delay. Sorry.
No, I have nothing to add actually.
I was on Finviz as Justin, I believe, was talking, and I haven't actually checked out GameStop on Finviz. It's so funny. I've been using this for many, many years, and when you look at like the performance for the week, the month, the quarter, the year, it's like in the 4-digit percent, and it's like super green. It's hilarious. And then I clicked on the monthly candle, and if you look at its history all throughout basically like late mid 2010 up until January of 2021. Just go on Finviz, do yourself a favor, and click on the monthly candle. It is the funniest thing you'll ever see. The monthly candle is just like 5 inches big on my monitor, and everything else is like half a centimeter. It's just hilarious, dude. I got to share my screen, but I won't right now. Sorry for digressing. I just thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. If you guys want to share anything on your screen for all the hosts on this live, I can go ahead and enable that. You'll see a button on your screen, and I can go ahead and add that. But real quick, guys, just a reminder: we got Justin O, Bruce Wayne, Humphrey, Yang, and we got Marco Z up in here. Marco, how do I pronounce your last name? I always say Z, so I don't butcher it.
It's Laddick.
Laddick, Marco,
Yeah.
Marco Z.
Yeah.
Guys,
There you go. Easier.
welcome to this live stream. If you guys are new, we got 24,000 members on here. Man, we've been seeing a peak. We haven't been seeing this peak go down at all, so it's been absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for the 18,000 likes. Let's see if we can hit 20,000 likes on this live. We're 3 hours in right now. 20,000 likes. For any of the people that are watching on Bruce's channel too, go like his video. We need the likes. It really helps out. It helps out this movement significantly. We're also going to be doing a review of some of the super chats we got. So you can tell Justin is from Wall Street because of the vest. Nice vest, nice nice vest, bro. Michael Burry shorted Tesla.
No, it's the uniform. I gotta represent it.
Mondays, thank you so much for the dono. He did the goat and fire emoji. Clayton, thank you for the $1. Mario Sarti says, if you're into crypto, check out Elrond staking reward dividends, 20% APY. And then Amric Singh said, did Meet Kevin cause a GME sell-off? I don't know what Kevin is doing on his channel at all, actually. So I don't know. If you guys, I heard that he did make a sell-off too, which is so disappointing because I thought he would be holding the movement. But I don't know what's going on there. Educate people about the stock tax. Oh, we did that. We're caught up. Rivian, a good investment this summer. Great show. Thank you. I don't know much about Rivian. That's EV, correct?
Yeah, they're like the up and coming competitor to Tesla, or one of the many, right?
Yeah, they definitely have some.
I would say they were early on. They have a pretty good reputation in the Angel series. I guess they're at like Series B or C at this point, and they have some pretty sick trucks that they look like they have. So I don't know. If the Cybertruck's a little bit too far gone design wise for you, I think you're probably getting a Rivian.
Yeah, I saw a leaked video on it. It looks beautiful, like actual production quality. Who's the biggest stakeholder? Is it Ford, I believe?
Yeah, I think they have like a few major investors. I can take a look.
Yeah, what do you think that'll do to Ford stock, man?
I think the question is, right, so GM came out recently and said by 2035, they want to basically kill all, fossil fuel driven cars in their fleet that they sell. And then I imagine, so Ford's coming out, right, with the electric Mustang and the electric, another different car too, I think. So they see the writing on the wall. And then I think the question is, can they move fast enough to save themselves from the innovation, or does the consumer actually switch over to the new brands, right? I think the answer is probably somewhere in between. Like, I don't think Ford and GM die because they refuse to switch. I think they're switching, and they have a lot of industry level. You're talking about 100 years of experience with Ford Plus, right? More than 100 years experience of building cars. So I think if they are focused on transitioning, they will be able to transition to the new era. But I do think that like I like to I've written a lot of kind of things in our free newsletter, but I think basically I draw the analogy from electric cars to like the iPhone, and Tesla is what Apple was for smartphones. It was 100x better product. They're going to run away with network effects and the vast majority of higher margins and stuff like that. And then everybody else is going to be kind of like your Samsung, LG, Huawei, like all these like Android manufacturers, and they'll share their kind of open source system, which is like ChargePoint and Blink charging, like all these other charging networks. And so, but they're going to have to accept lower margins and lower price points, where Tesla will probably maintain their premium positioning in the market, and take maybe not the lion's share of the market, but as you see with the iPhone, at least in the US, right, the iPhone's like 30 to 40% market share, and the rest, the majority is Android, but all the other manufacturers have to share that, right? So I think it's something similar, right? So we'll see Tesla at the premium point, and then kind of everybody else fighting for the rest of the market share on different kind of qualities. Like I think we can all agree the Tesla Model S carries more cachet and will carry more cachet than a electric Mustang. So, I mean, I think Ford is priced really cheaply, probably very fairly.
Yeah. Have you been following Tesla in Europe? I think Volkswagen is kind of eating their lunch right now. I don't know if you saw that.
I haven't been following Tesla in Europe super closely. I know there's been I mean, they just reported earnings, and I need to go read all the documents. But that's really interesting that Volkswagen is eating their lunch. I know Tesla has been doing really well in like the greater kind of Norwegian, Scandinavian countries. I'm not really sure how they're doing, obviously, like in the hometown of German engineering. Yeah, maybe you can enlighten us, like what's happening in Europe.
Yeah, just by number of units, just what I'm seeing, just growth. I think there's a lot of credits that go on in Scandinavia, like in Norway and stuff, which I think is ironic because their entire economy is based off oil. So now it's like they're trying to get rid of internal combustion engines, but they're one of the biggest oil producers, or that's a big percentage of their GDP. Did you guys lose? Sorry to change the subject. Did you guys lose Brian, or is it just us four? Or are you still there, Brian?
You probably need to take a break.
I think Brian tends to take it off, like people off if they're not talking or whatever, because I think his computer starts getting overheated if there's like too many people on the screen. I'm not really sure.
Okay,
but
cool.
yeah, I know Tesla's killing it in China. Supposedly, the Chinese are obviously there's NIO there as well, but obviously the Chinese have latched onto Tesla as the brand to buy too. But yeah, like that's interesting. I would very much like to see, not just like see through the volumes in Europe and see like what the price point is, right? Like here in the U.S. Of course, like I don't even know, right? The Model 3 is outselling the Model S and the X, obviously, because it's priced at $35,000 to $50,000, fully loaded, right? But like if Nissan revamps their Nissan Leaf and it to be good enough, which I don't think it is yet, like does that outsell just on base numbers? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. I'm just looking at another monitor, so I don't want to be rude, but I'm listening. I agree with you 100%. And I believe with your thesis of it kind of being the iPhone, you're spot on, man. I recently made the transition. I know I sound like a boomer right now, but I made the transition from Galaxy to iPhone. I've been on Galaxy since the 3. And just the user interface itself is just kind of like that Tesla center console, the iPad kind of thingy. It's just so much better. And I think that with these legacy automakers, yes, they have the economies of scale, they have the experience, but I think Tesla has so much data and just a better user experience overall. That's kind of what people want. Because I still think, I know this is probably unpopular, but I still think my Galaxies are a better phone, but the iPhone just works better, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And in terms of like, I think you get a lot of like value investors thinking like, oh, is Ford a good buy or is GM a good buy? I don't tend to like fighting against innovation. I think it's a hard battle. This is the reason why at $20 to $30 a share there were a lot of fundamental short sellers of GameStop, because it's going to be hard, right? It's going to be hard to fight innovation. It's like Blockbuster tried it. I know they were kind of stodgy or whatever, but they did try to go e-commerce to video and follow Netflix's lead. But at the end of the day, they died. And so when you're kind of like on GM or Ford, like I don't think that they're in an existential death bed, but like, is it going to be a great investment? You know, it remains to be seen. I mean, they need to do a full turnaround of, and they're like balancing. If they let go of fossil fuels, excuse me, I have a loud in the background, but if they fossil fuel car in the background, if they let go of their fossil fuel business, right, their oil, gas-driven car business, they're gonna go back. Like that's how they make their money, and so they have to kind of slowly slide the scale to electric vehicles. But also, I don't think that they have the engineering chops yet. I know they're hiring a bunch of software developers, but like Tesla from day one was built on software. Like that's how they saw. Like I know I watched an MK PhD video on the new upgrades on the Tesla Model S, and it's like so in their DNA how they treat things. Tesla is really actually pretty bad at manufacturing. Like I had a Model X for about 3-4 years, and I'm probably planning on getting an X again sometime in the future. And like the trims are off, like the noise reduction is really bad, like their assembly is just not up to snuff, and that honestly like kind of pissed off a lot of
oh no, my Roth is going down as we speak, not Tesla. No.
I love Tesla. I've looked up to Elon Musk since I was for the past decade. I've read his biography, and I know he's gotten a lot more popularity over the last 3 years, but like he's like from Zip2 to yeah, we can go over his biography. So I am a big Tesla fan, a big Elon Musk fan, early adopter of Tesla car myself. But their trim is off, right? The trims are off. But how do they solve that problem with the new Model S's? Is they start pumping in noise canceling software noise to cancel out the noise. They are a software DNA company that just happens to make hardware, and all these other guys are hardware companies trying to keep up on software. And for some reason, you know, software eats the world. It's something Andreessen Horowitz and Mark Andreessen said 7 to 10 years ago, right? That's his motto. And right in Humphrey's backyard. And you know, you live it. You're right down the street from a lot of these software companies. Software eats the world, and I don't want to be on the other side of that.
Have you read The Price of Tomorrow by Jeff Booth?
No, I don't think so. Not yet.
Yeah, it's really good. He talks about how just technology is deflationary inherently. So if you look at like LiDAR, which is literally, you know, in this iPhone, this used to be tens of thousands of dollars. Now it's literally in the palm of my hand, that kind of a thing. To your point, yeah, I agree. I think that, so I'm an old school German car guy, you know, oil, internal combustion engines, you know, that kind of a thing. Like, car has a soul, you know, but I actually test drove a Tesla here at our test center, and it was unbelievable, man. You got that heavy battery with the low center of gravity, you got decent feedback through the steering wheel, and just understanding everything that's around you is really cool. It's kind of like a blend of like a performance car meets, you know, a really highly sophisticated piece of software. Hey, Brian, do you mind just sharing my screen just very quickly, just so Justin can see
Definitely,
just
bro.
very quickly. And so I didn't mean to take the chat away from, you know, GameStop and all this stuff, but I think it's interesting just while I have you on here.
No, this is really important stuff, and I hope the audience is listening to this. We're about to throw up the screen right now in this example from Marco. Just give me 1 sec to let this load in. Guys, where are you from? Is it snowing where any of y'all are from? I'm getting hail right now.
I'm getting dumped on. I'm in Cleveland.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is
Something else. How was that explosion, Justin, in Nashville?
Yeah, it's crazy. So I came down here partially too because me and some of my hedge fund and private equity colleagues have bought a bunch of houses back here or around here, rental homes, back in 2016, starting in 2016, and we've seen like 25-30% IRRs. At the time, we thought the stock market was a little bit overpriced from a fundamental standpoint, so we kind of switched to the ROI of real estate. Today, it's still booming, right? Like it's still booming like crazy. I think. Where are you located?
I'm in Cleveland, the Rust Belt, where you can cash flow like crazy. We have crazy cash flow and IRRs and cash on cash return here.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's crazy cash on cash returns. Probably less so on the price appreciation front, right?
Oh yeah, none. It just keeps up with inflation, if that.
Okay, gotcha. But I mean, run it for cash. That's a deep value investing mindset over there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like, the number of skyscrapers have tripled since I even moved here 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, you're getting the effect of Austin, Nashville, Tampa, Charlotte, all these second cities. Everyone, like, I'm from Southern California, like, born and raised there. High cost of living. Now they've been ramping their taxes. So it's like you ramp your taxes, and the middle class doesn't see the benefit of those taxes in their day to day. And plus we have a more work remote environment. Like, they're obviously going to move away to lower cost of living where their dollar goes further. Also, like, when I moved down here, I saved 10% post-tax money on my taxes from New York City. I lived in Manhattan. And so it's kind of hard to disagree with, like, especially the 3 states that are warmer, right? It's zero income tax states like Texas, Tennessee, Florida. There's a reason why, like, you were talking about being an old school German car guy, but, like, loving the Tesla. Like, same thing with Joe Rogan, right? He was in LA. He's been in LA forever, and he moved to Austin. And I think there's like a conservative guy, Ben Shapiro, who was in LA, and he moved to Nashville now. And they're all doing this because of, tax rates, quality of life, all that stuff. So a long-winded answer. Like, Nashville is just one of the many examples of these booming second cities.
Yeah, absolutely. My buddy works for Oracle. He's down in Austin. I've been there. I've been to Nashville for a bachelor party. It was awesome. I love it. I love where I live. It's just the weather's crappy. But hey, Brian, if you don't mind, just real quick, I just want to show Justin this chart, maybe get his thoughts on it, and then you can bring the channel back on everyone. I feel weird at just being us two, so especially on your stream. So.
Definitely, I got you, man. So we're getting here the screen recording on Marco's computer. Just give me 1 sec to pull this part up. And yeah, guys, just a quick reminder, you have Justin and Marco on the screen right now, and they are off the screen. Don't forget to check everyone out listed down below in the description of this video. And Marco has some interesting data that he wants to share with us. So what do we have, Marco? What are we looking at?
Yeah, this is just a quick Bloomberg article. I found something more in depth, speaking to Justin. I found something way more in depth on Twitter. I just can't find it. So just for the purpose of, like, me not pulling this out of my rear end, this is basically what I've been seeing on Twitter ever since basically October. You can obviously see the black line is Volkswagen, the pink one is Tesla, then you have Renault, you have Hyundai, and then Daimler, and then PSA. So I just want to get your thoughts on this. I haven't done any research into it, but I think it comes back to your point, Justin, of it just being at a more affordable price point, especially in Europe. Whereas in the States, maybe there are higher income earners that could afford the Tesla over the Volkswagen. But I just want to get your guys' opinion on this. And I know Tesla's been selling a lot of these credits, these electrical vehicle credits. I'm probably butchering that, but I know that's a big part of the revenue. So I just want to kind of get your thoughts on, like, the valuation of Tesla, just, the overall big picture, and just what you think about this chart.
Give me 1 second to load in the screens. And then 50. Yo. Okay. All right, Marco. Sorry, what was your question? Wait.
Yeah, Justin, what do you thought about that chart? I don't know if you could.
You're asking me, okay, specifically.
Yeah.
No, that's really interesting. I mean, we didn't see that chart. Was interesting. I would love if you just, like, tweeted at me or whatever if you found that other Twitter one, but it doesn't have anything to do with Tesla taking market share. It was in nominal units, so, like, just straight up units. So yeah. Right, like, when you say if you're VW, right, and they're like the behemoth over there, they're behemoth globally, and you sell, like, millions of vehicles a year, right, and then you flip one of your lines to electric, like, you're gonna have an easy 50,000 a year, right, 50,000 deliveries a year, because you just, like, switched your, like, VW whatever into an electric vehicle. Now, Tesla's coming from square one, right? Like, they need to build infrastructure. Like, how do they sell? How do they deliver to the customers? So I think it's, like, probably good. That's a good chart for both companies, to be honest, right? Like, this is it's not, like, in the stock market, sometimes it can be in the short to midterm a zero-sum game, but like as human beings and as people that want to, as a society, as a global society that wants to get more and more productive and advance us to the Mars, if you're Elon Musk, then like it doesn't always have to be a zero-sum game. So I think like EVs, the zero-sum game is like ICE cars, so internal combustion cars are going to probably lose, but that doesn't mean that those same companies can't replace that income with the electric vehicles. I just think that it would be it'd be much easier for the dominant player with all the infrastructure built out in Europe to like flip a switch and be the number one seller of electric vehicles. And that doesn't necessarily mean Tesla can't get to where I think they can get, because like I did a discounted cash flow model on them. It's hard to get them to their current valuation for sure. We've been holding it at the Rogue Big Board at couplescents.com, which is a paper portfolio I manage for the community. And, it's getting to the point where you have to believe a lot. You have to believe in, not only do they become a top 5 manufacturer, top 3 manufacturer in the next 10 years, but you have to believe in autonomous. They basically do the autonomous taxi stuff, and then they do the autonomous trucking stuff. And then you have to assign this terminal value in year 10, year 20, and then discount all of that back. And then I get to a share, like I can pull it up, but I haven't updated in a while. But like Piper Sandler just dropped a new upgrade, which I posted on the website, couplescents.com, where they just upgraded Tesla to overweight from like a $500 price target to a $1,200. So now they're the highest analyst out there. Now, I don't love following these sell-side analysts because they tend to be followers and chasers, and they're very risk-averse in terms of their calls. But I can see this becoming a $1,000 or $1,200 stock, and people keep calling out. Like, Apple was never cheap on the way up. I would argue Apple was much cheaper on the way up than Tesla is. Like, Tesla's trading at, I believe, like 30 times forward gross profit. They're trading at insane amounts of times EBITDA, and you really need to believe that they take over. They become a top 3 manufacturer, maybe globally. Yeah, probably globally. Like, they need to be as big as VW or at least like maybe Nissan or something. And then you have to believe in all these other markets, and they do really well in them. So I believe in that. I believe in management teams. I believe that Elon Musk he's not a lucky guy. Like, he founded Zip2 when he was born in South Africa, and he's like, I'm going to the U.S. because that's where innovation's happening. Weaseled his way into the U.S., founded Zip2, sold it, used that money and doubled down on X.com, merged with PayPal with Peter Thiel, sold that, and used all that money on SpaceX and investing in Tesla, and funded his cousins, I think, for Solar City. So those are 3 multi-billion-dollar companies, merged 2 of them, and then, he's really got something going. So I don't like to bet against the guy. The valuation, especially in this frothy market, definitely can come down. That's how
I've never seen anything like it. I think to justify their current price per share today, they'd have to basically sell every single car ever made in the world. Like, if you're looking at it from just a sales perspective. But I understand you're not baking in the taxis and the self-driving trucks and all that stuff. Just from a straight up car sales metric, I've read that somewhere on Twitter, is like they would have to account for like 95% of the world's sales of cars to justify their price per share.
All right, guys, I'm going to do a quick lobby refresh now because I know we went a little bit off topic, but I hope you guys are still paying attention here because this is all still related to stocks. A couple things I noticed in the chat while we were talking. Ford popped a little bit. It's at 7% right now. Some people are saying that we may do that. I don't think. I really don't think that we have the capability to do that. I think that's just a coincidence right there. But yeah, Ford did have a little pop up right after we were talking, but I really don't think that we had anything to do with it, guys. So if that's what you think, you can think that. Now, guys, let's go over AMC and just talk about where this is headed right now. I know we've been getting a lot of super chats too, and you guys want to have some mentions on there. Any comments on Nancy Pelosi insider trading of Tesla stocks after Biden pushes for electric vehicle fleet? Man, that's political. I try to avoid anything too political on this channel, so we're just gonna pass on that. But with AMC, which is what a lot of you guys are actually looking to hear about,
It's currently at $14.30 right now. So it is recovering from the pit that we saw earlier in the $13 range. It didn't hit the lowest of the $13 mark, but we did see it go to the $13.98. $13.92 actually at 10:55 a.m. AMC right now at 11:49 a.m. is at $14.31. What are you guys doing with your positions right now? Comment down below. We are at 11:50 a.m. on the East Coast right now. So comment down below how you guys feel about this. And did I hear my computer ring?
Hey Brian, so I know, catch me up. How do you feel about AMC popping to $19 and now it's at 14?
Okay, so hold on one sec.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so I got one more guest I want that's ringing in now, and I wanted to get him on here for a little bit, but I can only have 4 guests at the same time. So someone's gonna have to drop.
Yeah, hey, I'll drop off, Brian. I've been here the longest, so I appreciate you having me on, buddy. Nice talking to everyone as well.
Marco, thank you so much for tuning in,
Marco.
man. I know you have a busy day too, so I appreciate you going a little over time to join us, man.
My pleasure. Nice speaking with you guys, man. Appreciate
Guys,
everyone's
go
good
follow
work.
Marco if you have not yet already. His channel is Whiteboard Finance. Go check him out.
Peace.
Great
Thank
meeting,
you, Brian.
Marco.
You too, buddy. Thank you,
Marco.
Justin. See you guys. See you, Bruce.
Peace,
See you,
bro.
Humphrey. See you, Marco.
So the next guest that we have on our show is pretty interesting. He's actually a let me see. Let me make sure I say this right. Okay, so he's a multi-millionaire millennial who had a salary that ranged from $40,000 to $81,000. He has a book right now published as well, and I did verify his stock portfolio. He is one of us, one of the Wall Street Bet movement apes. So let me get Alexander in here and call him in. I think your video is not working, Alexander, but it says I can at least get your audio in here. So let's go ahead and do that, man. And I want to actually hear his thoughts. Oh, your video is working. Okay, Alex. We actually hear his thoughts. Okay, Alex, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? Is my video on?
Yeah, your video is on. The audio is good, actually. Yeah, this is actually pretty good, man. Pretty solid. Alex, who are you? And I think you're a viewer, right, of this channel. What do you do?
Yeah, actually, I follow the couple cents as well. But yeah, so I'm a friend of Plug the Goat, Ricky Show. So that's how he connected us.
That's my boy. Shout out to Ricky.
Yeah, so basically, I'm just a regular guy. But yeah, I mean, I gradually built my portfolio, but as a full disclaimer, I do have a 23,425 shares in AMC. Got on Wednesday morning.
How much is that in dollar equivalents?
Hold on.
300K?
It's at,
Yeah, around there. But yeah, my buy-in was around like 268K, something like that. Yeah. So again, this is not like normal investing, of course. I mean, I'm able to get into pre-IPO deals. So I use a broker, and you pay a 5% transaction fee. But yeah, I mean, it's nice getting pre-IPO. I'm working on another deal now, but I can't talk about it. But yeah, I mean, it's you have an advantage if you get in ahead of retail investors. But yeah, I mean, investing's tough. But I didn't start off with like a lot of money. But yeah, basically, the book I have on Amazon just kind of pushes austerity. Don't get the nice house, nice cars, and all that. Just keep building a portfolio through smart investments. But again, this is an investment that I would never recommend for everyone. If you have money to lose, money to play with, then definitely get into trying to get the short squeeze on AMC, GME. But yeah, I mean, I think when you're looking at if you're looking at AMC versus GME, so you have to think of it from a retail investor's point of view, right? The absolute price is lower, so they're going to be more inclined to get into AMC. And again, we see the price action today, where GME is just dropping like fly. But yeah, I mean, how much is there to lose if you're AMC? My cost basis is like $11, like 51 cents, something like that. So yeah, I mean that's basically my thoughts on the current situation. But
Yeah, man. Thanks so much for sharing, dude. It's crazy because I think out of all the people I know, then you now have the largest portfolio. So it's around 300K in AMC. When did you enter this position? What was your average cost? And yeah, let's start with that.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I tried to. I mean, I was thinking about it like Tuesday night, but of course, too late. Pre-market the next day was quite high, but yeah, it's around $11.51, and yeah, and I got a little more shares on Thursday morning, but yeah, it was all pre-market Wednesday morning, so around 7:30 a.m.
Okay. And Alex, can I call you Alex? It said Alexander.
That was fun.
Okay. So Alex, dude, what do you think about in terms of platforms? Like, do you prefer any specific brokerage in terms of these large trades? And did you get halted or limited at all?
Yeah, so yeah, that's a great question. So you know, I use TD like primarily, but that's going to change over to Schwab sometime later in the year. And you know, what's interesting is that I placed like, you know, just a smaller trade on Thursday, and like it was like a market order. It wasn't a limit order, so it took minutes. I mean, it took minutes. It's supposed to be instant because I you know, like, you know, when I placed the order, but it took a while. And again, like my Robinhood account, you know, like I was stupid at the time, but I didn't realize at the time you couldn't transfer the BTC. So it's kind of stuck there, and I don't want to sell it and you know, incur the you know, the capital gains tax.
Yeah.
On it, so it's stuck there. And I try to say, you know, I want it out, but you know, they're not letting me. But yeah, I don't use Robinhood for anything, and I wouldn't advise. You know what's funny? I actually managed two friends' portfolios on Robinhood, but of course I would never put into, you know, because it's like their life savings pretty much, right? I wouldn't you know, get into these, you know, these speculative positions. But yeah, I mean, they're a solid investment. So. But yeah, I do like the interface. It's very friendly, and you know, anyone can use it. And you know, generally, you know your limit orders you go through may take a little bit, but I don't have any problems with the interface. But of course, I have issues with, you know, what they're doing as for retail investors. So.
Dude, I really like that you're on this show, because with someone like you who has a multi-million-dollar position, and then especially with AMC, you have a couple $100,000 in there, more than your average folks investment, right? What would you recommend to people right now who got the paper hands, the aluminum foil hands, or the people who are considering selling? What would you say to those?
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, you wouldn't enter a position where, like, you know, it would hurt you. So, yeah, I mean, for now, I would stick it out. I mean, the price action is okay today, but I mean, you also have to have a cutoff point. Like, you have to have a, you know, limit sell price. Hey, if it reaches 100, 200, then just stop there. Or if you're happy doubling your initial investment, then do it that way. But yeah, I mean, my answer is, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be concerned about it if you invested, you know, a very tiny percent of your net worth into it.
Dude, that's awesome, man. And I saw some chats earlier saying this was like Asian invasion. Guys, it just happens to be by chance we're all Asian American. This is not some type of like conspiracy going on in order to flood. I don't know how this happened. I haven't ever met any of these guys in person yet. We've all just met through the virtual digital age. We all just like investing. So there's no conspiracy here. We're not doing something crazy, but dude, Alex, I like that, man. People are asking you what your book is. I think some people want to pick up your book. Do you have like a title or a link for that where they can check it out?
Yeah, so again, it's called Austerity Millionaire, and it's on Amazon. But
Okay,
yeah,
how do I spell that? I will pin it so people can check it out. They're asking like crazy about what you do.
yeah,
Austerity.
it's Austerity Millionaire, AUSTERITY Millionaire.
Got it.
But yeah, so I'm not like, this book is like, again, it's not like it's for sale, but they can read it for free on Kindle Unlimited. It's fine.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I'm not a TA guy or anything like that. And obviously, if you invest in like things like Palantir, it has I mean, no, it wasn't profitable, you know, up to this point. So I mean, you don't want to, like, you know, you're not gonna go buy EPS or anything when you're, you know, looking at these you know, these trades for the future. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah. So I think my book, it's more toward, you should be controlling your expenses as opposed to what to invest in. I mean, if you go to the S&P 500, you invest it for 20, 30 years, you'll be fine. But you know, the more you can stow away and the more you control your lifestyle, up to the point where, you know, like, I'm a multimillionaire now, right? But you know, I drive a 2010 used Corolla. You know, like, I'm not. I care about more. You know, I care more about the high score than, you know, having a nice thing. But yeah, I mean, that's really important to maintain your lifestyle, you know, up to the point where you are successful, where you don't have to, you know, work anymore, or, you know. So.
Alex, where are you based out of?
I'm close to Ricky, but yeah, I'm in Fairfax, Virginia.
Dude, okay, we live close, man. We can link up. Like, I live in Maryland, like, in the area. I'm not going to specifically disclose, but we're close. So, yeah, after all this is said and done, man, I think that's a cool time to link up and stuff. But yeah, dude, I got a couple more questions if you don't mind, man. The chat absolutely loves you, and they're very intrigued by your background, and they like the fact that you still drive a curler, that you're real humble with it. So,
Yeah, I'm not gonna invest in a depreciating asset. You know, like if I got a new car, then like I could use this 30,000-40,000 on my investments. You know, what's the point?
dude, that's the way to go, man. I'm not like that. I gotta be more like that, though. So, okay, Alex, let me open this up. Let me stop being selfish. I know, dude, we got some brilliant minds in here too. I know you guys got some dying questions for Alex as well, so I'll let you guys take it away too.
I got one if you guys know. I got plenty.
I got a question after Chester.
So, yeah,
Everyone's too nice. There's too much respect in here, just waiting for someone else to talk.
My question was Brian said you were making like 40 to 80K salary a year. So can you enlighten the chat? Like, how did you get to multi-millionaire status? Was it all just GME, or was it just like were you making upward trades through the rest of the past like few years, and also living below your means?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you know, one of the largest catalysts was Shopify. So I did a 16x on that. So you know, I have a chart, I have a little chart, right? But yeah, basically, yeah, I mean, my net worth, like, it over quadrupled since 2019-ish. But, you know, I'm
So
kind
1
of,
year, yeah, nice.
Okay.
2 years.
You were in some really good growth stocks then, huh?
Yeah. So Shopify, Palantir, I got it $7. I actually trolled your channel once. I put a comment out there. So why aren't you entering into pre-IPO deals? Yeah. So yeah, I put 350,000 into Palantir pre-IPO $7. So you know, I wrote that up. And then I'm gonna do a $500,000 investment in a data cloud management company. That's you know, that's still private. I'm working with a broker on that. You know, but you know, they're really busy. It's, you know, the secondary markets get really hot right now. But you know, that also I bought a stake into Impossible Foods at $17. It's right now trading privately at around $35. So I think that's the key. Like, once you reach your $1 million net worth, you can multiply quickly by getting into, you know, private deals. I mean, yeah, you know, a couple cents knows all about that, but yeah.
Yo, Alex, so for anyone getting started, man, what would you recommend to them? Like, I know there's a lot of new beginner investors here. Do you have, like, maybe 5, not even 5, it could be 3 tips that you would share to any beginner investors that are just looking to increase their money through what they have?
Okay, number one. Okay, so again, like I like Dave Ramsey from the aspect of austerity. Like, you know, he does like actively manage mutual funds, and it's really high expense. I would never recommend those. But yeah, I think the way he approaches it, you know, if you like, if number one is you set a budget, right? So you control all your expenses, right? If you're doing your shopping, go to Costco and do all your shopping at Costco. Get your gas at Costco. And then, you know, if you can, try to eat the same meals every day. So that's kind of like the basis, right? So as your net worth increases, right, you're going to maintain your expenses, right? Of course, if you could buy a car in cash, that's great. So all these little things, like on the baseline, right, you control all your expenses. And number 2 is, of course, maximize your income. So whatever you do, right? I mean, you can be a plumber, but it doesn't matter, right? As long as you have an X amount of income. I never earned like a particular high income. And number 3 is, you know, of course, you have to have some risk. So, you know, like, I know people don't say individual stocks, but you know, if you're going to no-brainer companies like, you know, Impossible Foods, Palantir, or Tesla early on, then it's not really an issue. But yeah, I mean, in my book, I don't say I'll go to individual stocks. You can have some broad exposure, then you can go into specialty ETFs or individual stock. But yeah, I mean, I think more importantly is like you control your lifestyle. I think that's the most important thing, because if you set aside 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a month, then you'll be in good shape. So
I see where you're coming from, man. With the car thing, I think of it in a different way. Like I know you like the argument to buy your car in cash. I've always been someone who financed it, zero down, and then reinvest that money into different assets. What would you say to that?
Well, yeah, so I mean, like, yeah. So number one, you should get like some kind of some kind of sedan like Corolla Civic where you can drive it for a long time. Yeah. But for me, actually, like my former car got totaled, so I used some of that and rolled it into and just bought my Corolla outright. So, but yeah. I mean, yeah. Like if you measure your rate of return and it's greater than whatever interest you're paying, if you're paying 0%, that's great too. So if you can get that deal, then that's fine. And again, like you're not sure of. I mean, if your cash flow is good and steady, then it shouldn't be an issue.
I think Humphrey's on camera battery, so his went. Humphrey, when your camera battery's back in, just let me know and I'll add you back to it. I got a super chat saying, can you ask Alex about his powerlifting goals? Alex, are you low key swole that we just don't see right now or something, man?
So I competed in Europe 2 times. So Luxembourg and where was it? Norway. But yeah, I mean, I'm okay. Like, I competed in the USAPL IPF equipped, and my best lift was 600 at 146 for squat, and then best deadlift is 573 at 145. It's just, I mean, it's like I'm more proud of what I accomplished financially than the powerlifting, but powerlifting is fine.
So, what would you say, like in your situation, in your life, like do you primarily focus? Because I feel like first of all, it's nice because I work out at the gym too, and it's always been a part of my life. And people are like, dude, everyone's like, LOL, like WTF, you don't look like that. Maybe that's what the inversion table is for back there. You're like trying to lengthen the spine.
Yeah. So my back gets jacked up, so I kind of decompress early.
You sure that's not?
I've been really wanting to get a teeter for a long time. Would you recommend?
What's that?
Would you recommend that? Is it a teeter or or would you recommend one?
Well, I mean, I got it for free, so but it's good for temporarily. But I mean, the people say it's just it's kind of quackery, but I mean, it gives me some relief in my back. But I do other stretches in conjunction with that. So
nice, dude. Yeah, the comments are so funny right now. We got like powerlifting Asian god, multi-millionaire. You're like Thor, bro. We just didn't know, man. You got the hoodie on. We can't see.
You gotta play that music for him, man.
Definitely, man.
Yeah.
This is the real Avenger here.
Okay, so I have the friend I manage the portfolio. They're like they're not making much money, but living in a shared like living space, it really saves money. I mean, I'm in the Washington D.C. area. It's quite expensive if you have like a single room apartment. So I mean, like that's also another thing I put in my book. If you can live in a shared living arrangement, then that's good too. But yeah, I mean, I think so I think the problem with a lot of YouTubers, like they're not pushing the austerity angle, and they're spending way too much money on food or vacations or whatever. I mean, like there was a span where I didn't take a vacation for 5 years. So I mean, that's from 2016 to pretty much now. So I mean, that's pretty much 5 years.
Right.
So
you're like the Graham Stephan of one of us, man. Do you know who that is? He's another finance YouTuber. But
I know. But doesn't he have a gigantic house now?
I guess he does now, but prior to that, I know he had like his duplex. But you said you live, so you're a multimillionaire. You drive a used car. You live with other roommates in order to save on expenses.
No. I have a very small condo. It's 550 square feet, but I do own it. Yeah.
Dang, dude! Wow.
And sorry, like okay, so back to your point. I do have a mortgage. So I'm not gonna plop down. It was only 180K. I wouldn't plop down all the money because I can utilize the money better.
Dang, man. Okay, so
sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Justin. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I have I guess 2 questions. Oh, so one, I just want to reiterate to everyone on this chat, like Alex's advice is based on like such great like wisdom, right? I've always said the hardest money to make is your first million. Like your first million is by far the hardest to make. Your second million, I don't know, Alex, you could second million is I would say a fraction of how hard it was to go save your first million. Because at the end of the day, right, you and I will pay similar prices for food, for a McDonald's cheeseburger, for a car, and for a condo, right? So for people making whatever 40, 80, 100K, those expenses are the same and your income's the same, and you have no money to go invest. So the austerity angle, in my mind, is like really a great angle. I mean, like, everyone go check out his book. I'm gonna go check out your book because you need to get to that to even play the game. You need to get to $500,000 to $1 million, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
I know how to do it. So I mean, it's like it doesn't really matter. Like it matters how much income you save, not not how much you earn.
But yeah, you can't invest your way to your first million, right? You have to save your way to your first $500,000 to $1 million, and then at the end of the day, right, a 15% IRR or return per year, if you average that, using higher kind of risk, like you and I both do pre-IPO stuff. Like I use EquityZen. I'm not sure where you go through, but if you get a 15% return year on year, right, that doubles your money every 5 years. If you get a 20% IRR, that doubles your money every 3.5 years. If you just kind of do like normal stock market 7 to 10%, you're doubling your money every 7 to 8 years, right? So if you have $1 million and you're still youngish, you roll that out and coast for like 2 or 3 decades. Now you're retiring a millionaire just by that. So like I just want to credit like Alexander for like that. This is really great advice. I think my question is, like I'm in the same town now as Dave Ramsey, right? His advice is very good for the austerity piece for the like he has a big office here, right, in Franklin, Tennessee. His whole thing is like he goes to the extreme where it's like don't have a mortgage. Your first thing is pay off this. It's the snowball strategy. You pay off the smallest loans first, and then you want to be completely cash, which I think you and I both aren't. It sounds like you're not fully on that end of the spectrum. My question is, like if Graham Stephan is worth 20 mil, he's probably worth 20 mil, let's say. Like, and he buys a $1 million home. Do you think that's excessive? Like, at what point do you get to enjoy some of the fruits of the labor?
Well, yeah, so I mean, here's my thing. Like, I care about the high score more than anything because like I want to create like generational wealth. So it's not so important for me to whatever. Like I'm not. I go to nice restaurants sometimes. Like I mean, that's kind of like my little little quirk. But yeah, I mean, I guess it depends what your goals are. I mean, if you want to build generational wealth, then yeah. I mean, but again, like I'm kind of different from her. Like I don't need a lot. I mean, like I don't know about you guys, but can you guys eat the same meals every day? I mean, it's kind of tough, right?
I eat the same 5 meals.
I like my oatmeal.
Yeah, but I will say this: Dave Ramsey is for people who have poorly managed their money the whole life. But I mean, we're all Asian American. You know how our parents are. Like because you don't overpay for things, and like they not many vacations, things like that. But I mean that's like the Koreans are like the Asian Jews. So I mean that's the kind of like mentality that we have. But yeah, I mean So for example, right? I have jackets I've worn from like 10, 15 years ago. I mean, like I'm the same size, luckily, right? But I will flip the other thing, right? If you get married and divorced, that's gonna destroy your wealth. If you have children early, that's gonna destroy your wealth. So I mean, like right now I'm 36, but like it took me a while to become this. But if you're gonna get divorced, divorce raped, or if you're gonna paying child support or having children that you can't afford, because eventually you have to maybe fund their education or whatever, right? So my suggestion, like, I have a little piece in the book, right? So if you're gonna get married, like, do it later, right? And then also get a prenup. And it depends what state you're in, community, a property state, or common law state. So I mean, it really depends, but you should always protect yourself at all times. And again, don't you just protect yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, man,
Drop
Alex,
some wisdom on these single time.
did this guy and Graham Stephan need a arm wrestle or go head to head? I thought Graham was the only one out here like that, but he's got some competition, which I like, I got a question for you just to kind of go back on topic. I know frugality is like a real interesting thing, but I wanted to hear your thoughts more on AMC and GME, Alex. why did you choose AMC compared to one, and which one do you think has the best potential right now?
Oh yeah, so GME, it went up from like $1 to whatever, like it was almost $500. But yeah, I mean, again, like I was just looking at the absolute price point, and I know GME is more ideal, like more than 100% floater shorted, but yeah, I mean AMC is still what 80%. I mean, there's different reports, but have you guys been seeing 80% of the float shorted? Is that correct?
So we talked about this earlier. Humphrey, you saw something?
On GameStop, it's like 31% right now instead of over 100. And then I don't know what AMC is actually.
You want to share more about that, Alex?
I had to choose between the two, so I mean, I was like, whatever. Let's just do AMC.
Alex,
What's your? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Alex, just one more thing for me, and then Humphrey, you can ask him a question. I just want to hear, in terms of choosing your investments, oftentimes we do talk about the technical analysis and different fundamental aspects of research that allow people to do this. What are your key ways in knowing what to invest in? And in this situation for the short squeeze, are you looking at any particular analytics that help you make your decision?
Now looking at the absolute price and the short float and how much you could run up. But yeah, when I'm looking at investments, I look at like data analytics companies, data cloud management, also like plant-based meat, things like that. I mean, e-commerce, electric vehicles. I mean, you guys know all this, but yeah, you want to look at industries that will have definite futures. I mean, like you wouldn't invest in any type of brick and mortar business or like anything else that, because also like right now like my yield is really good from. Do you guys know what MLPs are?
No. What is
Okay,
that?
I know he knows, but yeah. So basically, it's a ROC, return on capital, and but basically they're centered around the oil and natural gas industry. But yeah, basically the yields are really high there. So like the one I'm in currently is ShellX. It's a Shell midstream company. So the yield is really fantastic on that. But basically like the price, the absolute price of the shares, it drops significantly. But the yield's really good.